And when it is, I will say my thing. There we are. Hello, everyone, and welcome to So Many Levels Rime of the Frostmaiden. We're gonna play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay!
I'm Christiana Ellis. I am the Dungeon Master. Our players tonight, Jason Banks as Rowan Gregor,
Hey, what's going on?
Paul Weimer as Aule,
Salve.
David Archambault as Wilfred Cole,
Hello.
Lee Burdett as Iggy,
Hi.
Nobilis as Marcher Northwind,
Greetings.
and Spence as Smaragd Nachtmere, aka
We
Mara.
know that Lila is alive.
It's true.
Yay.
It's true. Proof of life. So last time, the Seekers investigated a rumor of a cave full of Chardalin maddened ragged nomads, and sure enough, there was one, but not anymore.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
There are also two baby dragons.
that's true.
That are no more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After
Yes.
after some very interesting, why won't this go down?
Yeah. So they had a brazier enchanted by Arl the Frostmaiden that made it so that they could not be killed inside the cave, and it took some doing to figure that out. But you did, and then once you had dispatched these berserkers, you were able, by means of Mara's magic, to deface and destroy the magic brazier, eliminating the magical effect once and for all. And then, after some, some drama coming down from the tension of that battle, you did make a check-in for your missing owlbear friend and discovered at least Lila is out there somewhere. You don't know exactly where. But in the meantime, Valine Harpel, the necromancer who has hired you all to help her find this lost city, is still with you, along with her dog sleds piloted by kobolds, some alive, some zombie. And I believe last we discussed, you were headed to Sky Tower Shelter, Marcher's home.
Yes, that was our last plan.
So,
Because Marcher wants to go home, and we also have to negotiate between. We heard rumors that people need to negotiate between the Goliaths. There was things going down.
yes, well, to be sure, there has been a long-standing feud between the two clans of Goliaths that live at Sky Tower Shelter and Wormdoom Crag, respectively. And a feud that is personal in a number of ways for Marcher, because he has a sweetie who lives in the other clan, and that's bad
Yes.
bad news according to everybody else in the clans. But as we are picking you all back up, it's in the morning. You have gotten your long rest. Are you? What is your planned route to get to Sky Tower Shelter? Because of course you can go over the mountains here that are here to your south, but that's more difficult. Or you could go the long way around.
Well, I doubt the dog sleds would be able to handle much in the way of climbing.
The speed the dog sleds is 1 mile per hour in the mountain territory compared to the 3 miles per hour on the snow. But also you have to make survival checks to you risk having to double back or having something worse happen.
I think that we are better off on staying on level ground for as long as we can.
It looks like if we go around to the north, it's almost a straight shot straight down.
Yeah.
East,
it's-
northeast, and south.
Yeah.
And if it ends up being downhill, it probably would be a little easier on the dogs, having
So-
to not pull us and the equipment and everything
Yeah.
else up.
Yeah, that's slightly out of our way compared to trying
Yeah.
to go around this way, which is a fair amount of double back.
It would be a little less than 5 hours to go around to the north. Whereas if you were to go over the mountains, it would be 3 hours of mountain travel plus any additional delay you might have, and then another 3. So you would really not be saving any time going that way
Right.
from this current
So-
standpoint.
Yes.
I
So
think
around
we should
around to
do-
the north seems much better.
All right.
Yeah.
So, just for the sake of the mental picture, how are you all sort of dividing yourself among these? There are 3 dog sleds, and Valine has 5 kobolds with her, 2 of which are zombie. And so she is content to have all the kobolds be with her on one, which works if you 2 split up between 2 others. But how do you sort of... That requires 2 of you to be the sort of the driver. You could probably take turns if you wanted, but how are you working this out?
I think I'll take up less space if I'm driving one of them, so I will do
and-
that. Though if it's kobold size, it might be a little, a little.
No, these are full size dog sleds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this would it would probably be easier for me to keep an eye out on the terrain and such like that if I drove the other.
And it would make sense since I'm the second largest physically. I'm not on Nobilis' sled. I'm on Jason's sled. Not
Oh.
yeah,
I-
not on Marchers. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
on Rowan's sled.
All right.
And I
No.
can pretty much fit anywhere, so wherever
We'll
they're
shove you in the corner. It will be no problem.
Yeah, I'll get shoved in the corner with the kobolds.
Hi.
Yeah, the good
I'd
coats are
like
the
to ride
back.
with Mara.
Yeah, the good coats are in the back. And I would say Mara would probably best be on Marchers, seeing as I know for a fact, I'm sure she would not want to ride anywhere near our resident necromancer, and maybe not near Ale right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably logical these days. What do you think, Mara?
Well, I definitely don't want to be near the zombie kobolds. No, thank you. Or the necromancer. So it really doesn't matter. I am 5'11", so but I am still smaller than most of you. So it really doesn't matter to me.
Well, the question is, how comfortable at this point are you being on the same sled as Ollie or not? Given what happened, that's
She doesn't give any outward hesitation to being on a sled with Ale.
okay. Ollie feels terrible, but Ollie feels terrible about many things.
Now, would our resident lovely necromancer give me a crash course in how to drive?
Yes, she's happy to do so. She actually doesn't like really do the driving on hers. She's like directing it, but like it's one of the kobolds following her direction that's actually like doing the driving part. But fortunately for you all is if you let her go first, your 2 sleds will just follow pretty easily without you really needing to do very much. But if you wanted to take the lead, then we might have you make a check.
Okay. Would any of my nifty ranger things affect us if I was in the lead?
I don't think it would change, not like the travel pace or anything, but if you are going to be more aware of your surroundings and able to avoid potential encounters while still traveling at full speed compared to if you weren't. That's part of the reason that you haven't been having so many random encounters is I've kind of been just eliding the idea that like you do occasionally maybe see things at a distance, but you just steer clear. And normally you would have to go slower in order to do that.
Yeah. So now, if a living kobold drove the one that I was on, and I rode with, Elaine, on hers in the lead, could we still get that benefit?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I've been counting that whether you're like in the lead or not. I didn't mean to imply that that's only because you're all kind of together. It's just it's just a question of like, what we should bear in mind too is that this isn't literally just 6 hours of just sitting in one spot and just getting zoomed along like you're in the back seat of a car, because you do periodically have this is overland, right, and it's not a road, so you do occasionally come up to a crevasse or something, and you guys have to like go a longer way around, or there's a ridge or something that you all have to kind of get out and lift the sled up something, so that's part of the reason why you can't get a long rest on while riding the dog sled, is because you do still have to get out and do stuff frequently. It's just not as hard as actually walking, and of course much faster.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, as long as it still helps us out, then I don't need to be in the lead on the thing with R.
Yeah, your awareness of the situation is definitely still in play.
Okay.
And then, of course, as you're getting closer and closer, this is territory that Marcher is very much familiar with. I would say we are certainly now within your range,
Regular stomping ground.
Yeah, when you used to just do your scouting missions and stuff like that, and surveying and all of that, like we're within that sort of sphere of operation by this point.
Right.
And so you also can be directing, some guidance of like,
Not up that way. That's the blind canyon.
you want to take the east side of that ridge there, not the west, that sort of thing.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, but in fact, actually, I think as you guys are coming in for this last couple of hours, you're probably just looking up across this little valley at, like the mountains that really are sort of signifying, like, that's what your, subconscious is saying, that's home. But
Now,
how are you feeling about that?
I'm looking forward to it, actually. I have, while I no longer have several of the other trophies that I had taken along the way, I do have a dragon wormling head in my pack to show off, and tales of my accomplishments while I've been abroad, and
So one thing that I want to add to some of the context, things that Marcher would know. One is that Wormdoom Crag is literally named for them having killed an adult white dragon right on their doorstep. So a white dragon trophy, while it would be like impressive, it's also still a little bit like that's their thing.
right.
So
Well-
I'm just saying that I think that there would be like there's going to be an extra layer of nuance to that one compared to other types of trophies, because it's a little bit like you come in with a a trophy that's got the logo of the rival football team on it.
Right.
Snatched it right out of their teeth.
But I mean, I think also Marcher is at least thinking that his White Dragon heritage as a sorcerer was part of the suspicion and a little bit of
definitely,
unease about it. So coming back with this trophy of having killed one.
So yeah, that was all I was trying to mention. It is just because you're gonna have to explain it, because at first glance it's not just going to be wow. It's going to be a white dragon. That's what they do. That's their thing. But the other thing that I'll mention is, generally speaking, your clan is not very welcoming to outsiders.
Right.
You know that, like, if when you were still living there, like if a party of just humans from 10 towns had just come up to the door and asked to come in, they would have been turned away, even if they were in need. Like if they made a persuasive enough case, they might be given some supplies and then told to be on their way. At
Right.
best. Let inside, probably not. That said, with you, probably different, but you also kind of, obviously, you know that you left under slightly tense circumstances, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was told when I left that I needed to go out and prove myself, to go out and kind of establish my bona fides
Right.
as a worthy member of the tribe, of the clan.
Well, so if I recall correctly what we decided on, the chief, who was sort of not only in charge generally, but certainly one of the individuals who was always a little bit wary, suspicious of you, he didn't say that. What it was is your confidant, the one who raised you, saying, probably you should not be here for a while. But if you go out and prove yourself, maybe that will change things. Right?
Right, which is why Marcher has been collecting these trophies.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's, again, the question of what's the chief going to say is a big question mark. So what do you tell the others as you're getting close?
Just wait and let me do the talking. I will need to establish my right to be there before I can extend any protection to you.
Valine says, I'm going to go ahead and volunteer to not go in at all. I can cast
Probably
the
a good
tiny
idea.
hut out here. I've got the books that we recovered from the sunken tower to read. I think I will be all right. I don't especially have any questions to ask the Goliaths or anything, and I can only imagine my presence being something that you have to explain.
So that's probably a good idea.
So I'm guessing you didn't leave with a parade.
No, but I was also not thrown out either. It was more on the, well, this, and he rubs over the horns on top of his head, had a few people wondering about my heritage and my loyalties, and that sort of thing.
Marcher, am I going to be a problem because of your heritage?
You're not White Dragon.
No. I am a dragon.
It's I don't know.
Okay.
It is possible, but you're my friend, and we have been through 1,000 things together. I'm not going to. If they don't want you, then they don't want me.
Fair enough.
Well, how has diplomacy between the Goliath tribes and Tin Towns been?
Occasionally, they will send someone to buy something they cannot make or obtain themselves. One or two to go and trade, and then come back. It's not, and that's only once in a while.
Right.
Well,
We are very self-sufficient people.
Well-
Rowan, one thing I think you would probably know is that from a 10 Towns perspective, Goliaths from Wormdoom Crag are generally thought of as more welcoming to outsiders than Sky Tower Goliaths.
okay. Well, if they aren't as happy with you, maybe we could also kind of grease the gears to this wheel, by also coming in the context of a diplomatic outreach because of the situation that has happened in 10 towns with, a dragon. Because if it's known to them that 10 towns does reach out for things that they need that they cannot acquire themselves, this might also sit in that type of circumstances.
I'm not
think you
sure
had that.
what they.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think, Jason, you might have had that backwards. The Goliaths occasionally send people to 10 towns to get things that they can't make.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around.
Generally
Okay.
not, yeah.
Oh, well. Well, let's hope you're a better negotiator than I am, because I suck at that.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Listen, Silver Tongue, those Goliath good looks, you got this.
All right. So, as the better part of a day travel, you find yourself coming up to where you recognize the path that leads up into the hills where the shelter lay. You pull the dog sleds up and start to organize. Valine goes ahead and starts making her own camp. You can see. I guess we'll just go ahead and put you on that map. So let me take Valine off there because she's not there. So everyone on the map here?
Yep.
All right.
Though I can't touch my token.
Oh, really?
Check your tool.
Oh, right. Yep, I can.
Okay. So as you are heading up this causeway, let me get the the thing out that says what happens. All right. So.
Total party kill.
Yes.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Actually, in this case, the rocks beneath you fall, but everyone does still die. Yeah.
Twist.
Yeah. So, as you are starting to make your way up, this is 10-foot causeway, stone causeway, hugs the side of the mountain and gradually ascends to Sky Tower Shelter. It does rise up like a ramp, and you can see that there's a significant drop on either side by the time you're getting close to the top. And as you are getting up there, you definitely become aware that there are 6 griffins circling the mountain's peak, and they're watching the causeway closely. And they're not approaching, but you do occasionally hear their cries, and they start sort of circling a little closer. Still a couple 100 feet away, but certainly aware of your presence and making calls that would be audible to the people inside.
Those are our creatures. They will. Don't worry about them.
But yes, the great advantage of that to those who live in Sky Tower Shelter is no one sneaks up on them. So you're approaching the this big gate, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as you reach the top of this causeway, 6 griffins circle above you, shrieking at your approach. They descend until they're a few 100 feet away, but come no closer. At the end of the entranceway is a 10-foot tall barricade made of wood and stone, set with a crude gate made of thick lumber and festooned with metal blades. Gaps in the gate allow you to see an unusually tall figure in hide armor standing 10 feet behind it and clutching a great axe. Beyond this figure is a higher ledge with 5 equally towering figures standing atop it. And let me go ahead and this is just a general Goliath warrior handout, but just go ahead and give you some nice artwork there of some Goliath warriors.
Do I recognize the fellow behind the gate?
Yes, you absolutely do, because that is Chieftain Arn Rockfist Akhenathi, Chieftain of Sky Tower Shelter. And he peers out at you and doesn't say anything. He made eye contact with you. You definitely sense he recognizes you, but he's waiting for you to speak first.
My chieftain, I have been abroad in Icewind Dale. I've gone out to seek my fortune, as was advised to me by
Rahi, Skydreamer.
Rahi.
Yeah.
And now I am here to tell the stories of what I have done. My friends here that I have met in my travels are an integral part of those stories. And I hope that you will listen.
He just continues to stare stoically for a moment, then turns up over his shoulder and gives like a hand signal, and one of the others up on the ridge, activates the mechanism that opens the gate. And so as the gate opens up, let's see if I can move that. Opens the gate, and as he looks down at you now with the passage opened, he just says, "I have to be honest, Marsher. I did not expect you to come back."
My feet wander among the mountains and hills. My heart is always here.
You may enter. Your friends may enter.
Thank you. I am honored by your hospitality.
He nods. So he's.
And this is all, by the way, going on in Giantish.
Yeah. So I would also say, based on your past experience with him, like, he's given you nothing in the way of warmth, but at the same time, he let you in. So
Yeah.
that's already kind of probably on the more positive end of the spectrum as far as what you expected. But so yeah, everyone can kind of come in at this point.
You're leaving Rowan and
Yeah.
Mara behind?
Well, you guys need to move your token. But yeah, so as you kind of enter into that area, you see up this little ramp, 5 stoic Goliaths stand guard atop a 10-foot-high rocky outcrop with stairs leading up to it. A large empty nest occupies one corner of the ledge, and 2 rough-hewn tunnels at the back of the ledge lead deeper into the mountain. So as you are looking there, Arn looks to you and says, "You would do well to speak to Harad and Kanyaka before you speak to the others." And then he turns and goes this way, like down this path. But when he said, and then the other Goliaths start heading like this way.
Okay. Which way do I know my way around? Which way do it lead?
Yeah. So I was just saying that I'm just moving tokens. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, what you know is that those other Goliaths and Arn are both probably heading to the feasting halls.
Okay.
They certainly do close the gate again. But you know that the place where you would expect Harad and Kanyaka to be is in
Off to
the
the left?
chieftain's cave, which is this leftmost one. And so you know that Harad is Arn's husband, and Kanyaka is Harad's mother.
Right. Okay.
So, if everyone following along?
Yes.
All right. So, as Marcher, as you approach into that cave, and as everyone else sees that cave, this 12-foot high cave has a crackling fire in its center and walls lined with hunting trophies, including the skulls and pelts of various mountain-dwelling creatures. Seated by the fire is a wizened Goliath with long white hair. A yeti fur cloak is draped over her stooped shoulders, and a tiger-sized feline with white fur crouches beside her. You know that the crag cat is like her companion, her pet. The other thing that you notice looking at her, though, is she's very old, and her sight hasn't been great for a while. But the way she's just kind of staring at the fire now, you think it might be gone altogether. Her vision, that is. You don't see Harad. But as you are approaching, she does kind of lift her head and just say, "Well, I hear footsteps that I haven't heard in a while, along with some small folk. Who comes to sit beside my fire?"
Elder, it is a Marcher. I have brought some outsiders, friends of mine that I have made while I was out in Icewind Dale. We have many stories to tell of our accomplishments among the small folk.
She nods, but she doesn't make eye contact, and so you're pretty sure that her vision is gone entirely now. And she says, "Forgive if I do not rise to greet you just now, Marcher. I have found that the years have been catching up with me in the last weeks.
This saddens me.
Well, time comes for us all, although the loss of my eyes certainly pains more than most." And at this point, you see Harad kind of appear around a corner, and he looks like he maybe just woke up hearing conversation, but he's got his so he's not got all his furs on, but he's definitely holding an axe. And there's a moment of all right, who's this talking to my mom? But he sees you, Marcher, and Marcher, you've brought outsiders here?
I have been on adventures, and I came to tell my stories. We are a people of stories.
All right. Well, I suppose if Arn let you in, I'm not going to turn you away. And then Kanyaka, who's sitting by the fire, just kind of gives him a wave, you don't have to be a tough guy. I know who you are. Marcher knows who you are. But you do, I think, the rest of you get a sense that Harad, this other Goliath, he's given you all the hard stare of you better not cause trouble in my home. That whole sort of dynamic.
Yeah, and Marcher is not staring him down, but more or for that matter, blowing it off like it doesn't matter. But he knows the power he has now, and he's meeting his stare with confidence.
Make an intimidation check. I know it doesn't have to be hostile. I'm just saying, in terms of he's given you a little bit of it, so
Natural.
Okay, yeah. So I think that that's your intention, but for whatever reason, you find that maybe just you had all of these big plans as you were coming home, but now that you're here, you're finding it really difficult not to just revert to the old patterns of keep your head down around Arn and Harad because they're the ones in charge and they don't like you very much, so stay out of their way and that whole thing. Like, so I'm not saying you crumble or anything. I'm just saying
Right.
that, like, there's a little bit of you try to meet his stare with confidence and you blink first.
It doesn't come off that way.
No, yeah, he basically just sort of, he stares harder back at you until you look away.
I would like to make a. Where is it? I'd like to make an insight check on this exchange.
Okay. Go ahead and make a check, I guess. Okay. So the only 2 rolls of the session so far have both been natural ones. So
This bodes well for that team.
Yes.
yeah.
At this point, I'd rather be fighting a dragon rolling these ones than be in the middle of being the middle of RP with tension.
Yeah. Rowan, I think you maybe think, is there some romantic tension there?
Oh! I do speak up, but sadly I don't know Giantese, so I speak common, and I just go, Marcher, you're being very modest. You slew a dragon. Stand for yourself, good sir.
So
Thank you
Harad
for your
kind of
help.
looks over to you and he says, I do speak common. You slew a
that-
dragon, Marcher?
Well, I was going to wait to show at the dramatic moment, and he slings his backpack off of his shoulder and pulls out the wormling head that he's been carrying ever since the Berserker cave. It's like, yeah, it was not a particularly big one, but it also was not easy.
Rowan speaks up. Marcher, that was from our most recent incursion out into the cold. I'm talking about the Chardelin dragon that nearly burned down Tin Towns. You landed final blow and slew it.
Well, yes, but I don't have a trophy from that. It would be a bad idea.
I can show an image of it, and I'll just.
Well, I was hoping to wait up for all that for the big storytelling. You're blowing my reveals here.
Your final blow saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives and kept Tin Town from being burned to ash. I think you can strut a little bit.
You need
Since
your friends
I'm
to speak
right
for you,
here-
Marcher.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Christiana.
He turns to you and he just says, seems you need your friends to speak for you, Marcher.
Since I'm right behind both Will and Rowan, I'm going to pull them both down to me and be like, "This is not our place. This is Marcher's place. Give him some room."
No, I get that. But like,
Enough.
anyway.
Enough. You are not making this.
Rather than tell this story twice, will you join me in the feast hall so that I can tell my tale to everyone?
Sure. I can't stop you, so go ahead. And then
So-
he starts to like tend to his mom, and he's kind of obviously like fussing over her in a way that is probably simultaneously unwelcome, but also probably necessary.
I
If you follow me.
I ask before we leave. I ask him in comment. I say, was her loss of eyesight recent?
So are you asking this like privately? Because like they do speak common.
No. I meant to ask him because he made it.
Yeah.
He made it open that he speaks common. So I asked him. I was like,
Oh.
or both. I say it openly so that.
Oh,
both
okay.
of them-
I was misunderstanding who you were asking. Okay, so you say that, and you know, Harad kind of looks to her, and he says she's not deaf, and she says, "Oh, Harad, to answer your question, young man, I My eyes have been clouding for some time, but it has worsened dramatically in the last recent weeks.
Has
Forgive me, my impertinence, Elder. I am a healer of a sort. May I try to see if anything can be done to sustain you?
I think that as you say that, you see a crack in Harad in terms of his bravado, because you can see that there's a part of him that would very much like to refuse anything any of you have to offer. But if you could help his mom, that would be great. That sort of thing. So he kind of huffs and doesn't really say anything, and she says, "Well, I don't suppose it could hurt." And
I promise it will not hurt.
Well, I think outcome would be worse for you than for me if it did.
I have no doubt.
Right?
And so I approach and I give a respectful nod and look for something to step up a little bit, because I'm sure I still have to get on my tiptoes.
Well, no, she's sitting
Okay.
down around the fire. So
all right.
yeah, I mean you would otherwise, but yes,
Yeah.
she's seated, so you just have to.
So then I will. I guess it's a medicine check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
All right, so 2 critical fails and a critical success. So you just got a natural 20 on that medicine check. You can see that her blindness is exacerbated just by age, but you think that it's something is just kind of magically influencing it, right? Not in someone cast a curse on her, but just the charge of magic in the air is making it worse than it needs to be. And you definitely think that it is within your power to cure it.
Okay. So if I do, I have prepared. I think lesser restoration.
Yeah, that would do it.
That would do it, because so I cast this, I put my hand over her eyes and I just slowly and very lightly press my thumb against both of her eyelids and say, "See with my sight," and cast.
She kind of gasps and opens her eyes and blinks, and you can watch over a period of a couple of seconds her eyes kind of go from cloudy to much more clear, and she blinks and starts looking around. By the gods. And she looks up at Harad, and just you can see a tear going down her cheek, and she kind of smiles, and he stands up. And he's just kind of looking into space for a moment, fists at his sides. And then he goes over and he just grabs you up in a big bear hug.
This is delightful.
You're lifted 18. Your feet lifted 18 inches off the ground.
Rowan leans over to Marcher and elbows him and goes, "I know you've been keeping these trophies for a reason. This is definitely gonna help. Look at him."
He sits you down and just "Mother, are you sure? Are you fine?" And she's like, I haven't seen this clearly in years. Thank you, my dear. What is your name?
Oh, well, I am called Smara Naktmir, but you can call me Mara. Everyone else does.
Mara.
I must tell you that this blindness was made worse by the curse affecting these lands. It may return, but I have done what I can.
You have done so much, my dear. And she actually kind of starts to go stand, and then you realize that the great big bulk of this gigantic crag cat was leaning against her, and she's like having to like shift away because like this gigantic furry. Let me actually. There's a. I don't know if I've shown you the handout for the crag cat.
No, this is.
Yeah. So
Judging by that face, I'm thinking of like a gigantic Persian.
yeah. So it's this great big fluffy thing, and like this is like the size of a bear, like a small bear. It's a large creature. And
Mara is terrified of it, but Spence wants one.
yeah. And so it as it's shushed away from like leaning on her, it just sort of sprawls out, and it's like 9 feet long as it sprawls out. It's like, and she goes to stand, and you can see she's still a little unsteady because she's very old, obviously, but she's looking around with a sense of wonder, and Marcher Harad looks to you now and just says, I'm sorry that I greeted you with hostility, brother.
You had your reasons.
Elbow.
I think nothing of it. I accept your apology and hope that we can be friends from here.
I've never seen Marcher this bashful. I'm watching with rapt attention.
I am going to try to say as I back away and just give Rowan the death stare. and be like,
And I'm like, oh, you're right. I don't want to kill the moon.
So Harad definitely says, well, I have to say, much more interested in hearing your stories now. I think we can all head to the feasting rooms. I'm sure that's where Arn is awaiting us. And he, hesitates for a moment, and he just says, you'll be wanting to speak to Rahi, I'm sure. She's tending to a new hatchling in the Griffin the Griffin room. That's where you call it. The Griffin's Cave is what it's called. In the Griffin's Cave. So she probably won't be joining us, but that's where she is.
Thank you. I will go and speak to her, and then I will meet you in the feast hall.
You may pass us. And Kanyaka like slaps him on the shoulders. I'm not that slow. But they do start in that direction where she's kind of got.
Here, right?
Yeah. So they all start in that direction towards the feast hall. And so as Marcher is leading you all towards this like northern cave, first you see there's an 8-foot tall stone inscribed with runes standing in the middle of this 10-foot high cave. Nearby, a chute with carved footholds leads down. And you know, Marcher, that this is the Shrine of Mind and Spirit. It's where,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And then down, you're overlooking a cave that's lower elevation where there are a number of Griffin Nests. And there's a little small tunnel with like ladder rungs carved in it that you can climb down. But you see, actually, I don't know if your vision is showing it to you yet, but you know that the hatchery area would be at the far end of that cave.
Okay, well, I will climb down and head in that direction. Is that over
Okay.
here? Where's that?
The north, to the north.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
So as you are heading down that way, in that cave, this 15-foot high cave contains 4 Griffin nests, 3 clustered in the middle of the cave and 1 to the north. The northernmost nest contains a full-grown griffin that appears to be sound asleep. The wind stirs the sleeping griffin's feathers as it enters through a wide opening in the north wall. beyond which you can see mountain peaks and storm clouds. Sitting on the edge of this opening is a Goliath who is talking gently to a griffin youngling that leans against her. It's the size of like maybe 25 pounds, just enough to like nestle in her arms. As she hears you approaching, she says, "Come no closer. This youngling is afraid to fly, and his mother is trying to get some rest." "But is that you, Marcher? I thought I heard you."
Yes, I've come back. I took your advice.
And she kind of shifts around. She had been looking out like over the overlook, but you see your where she's
closest is, I mean, she's my adopted mother.
Yeah. So she looks to you and smiles, and she says, "You know, of course, that I would be over there hugging you if not for this little one."
Yes, I know. There will be time for that soon, I hope.
Soon. But I would ask in the meantime that your friends not get closer so as to not disturb them. Unless, of course...
I'll motion to them to stay back.
If they're skilled with animals, then that might be acceptable, but no more than one at a time.
It is good enough to see you right now. I am going to tell my stories in the feast hall, and I can come back and tell you more later if all goes well.
I insist. Marcher, I dreamed of you.
You did?
I did. I thought you were coming yesterday. You're late.
We had a small detour.
Rowan speaks up. Your son is exceptional in combat. It's a gift to have him as a companion, even if he's not as good as me with a bow.
Well,
I knew he was skilled in scouting and fighting, but I am more pleased to discover that he's also good at making friends, a trait which he was not always is able to display here.
Oh, he's a grumpy one at times.
Well, only when you don't shoot at the center of mass.
I lean in. Hey, backs up, big.
He is making fun of me because I embarrassed him in front of his mother. So he is trying to get it back at me.
Well, I think that's fair.
Yes, that is the kind of friendship we have.
Marcher,
Yes.
the feud is worse.
Yes. This does not surprise me. Everything is worse.
We saw smoke coming from 10 towns.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what
Much
happened?
Yes, much of it has been destroyed by an attack by Duergar. We were able to repulse it, but not before many homes were lost.
She kind of, looks back out over the ledge and kind of just nods, like that's kind of what she was expecting.
We did what we could, and we destroyed the mechanical dragon that they sent, but not before a great deal was destroyed. There are many people there who are in need, but mostly what they need is for this winter to end.
I speak up. I say, ma'am, you said the feud has gotten worse. Was there something that was a catalyst for it getting worse than what it was?
It would be hard to say. these things are not logical. I just know that what before had been frustration, suspicion, there was some accusations from their part, new, something to do with one of their scouts. We didn't know, but they didn't believe us. But it could have all been pretense. It's hard to say. But something must be done. We can't go on like this. Not with the Frostmaiden continuing to drive this land further and further into the frozen crevasse.
So, was the scout killed?
It's not clear. Missing, I think.
Do we still have the map of Tin Towns that had the route or the spots that the Durgar had been attacking?
I mean, you have like your map of Icewind Dale, if that's what you mean.
No, we never captured that map because the guy who got and turned invisible and tiny got away.
Okay, but we did. You got a second.
Another one at the,
You have
at
a
the-
map of Icewind Dale, like the one that, like when I pull up that big map, you have that map.
Do you know? Did they specify where the scout was found? Because the Durgar we've had reason to believe they've penetrated most of Tin Towns.
Young man, I hope you won't take it as rude, but I can't see the map from here, and I can't have you come closer, and I didn't talk to them, so I don't have the answers to your
There will be time for that, Rowan. There will be time. First, let us tell our story.
The Griffin hatchling kind of starts to fuss, and she soothes it a little bit. It's like,
Come on, we will learn more from the chief and everyone at the feast hall. So let's go back there.
Marcher, I'm glad
Yes.
I'm glad you're here.
So am I, and maybe we can make things better. So we'll go back
All right.
and back around the corner.
Yep. So as you guys pass that big stone, just those of you who look at it with any interest would see that this big 8-foot stone is engraved with runes in Dwarvish.
Oh, what did they say? I read it. Or does it?
Yeah, there's scripture in Dwarvish that tells a story about the vision and leadership found among the great predator birds of Icewind Dale, and that by studying and meditating on them, you can gain insight.
Okay. So there's other stones like that. Here, let me show you another one, and we'll walk down to on our way to the
All right. Yeah. So as you curve around to this area down there, there is another one there, and that one is the Shrine of Strength and Honor. Shrine of Strength and Honor. It's like a little bit of a tongue twister. In the center of this 12-foot high cave stands an 8-foot tall stone inscribed with runes. Behind it, a 5-foot diameter chute with carved footholds ascends to another cavern. And you actually hear a lot of excited, talking voices, like kind of a commotion up there. And you know that leads to the feasting halls, Marcher. But this hang on, there we go. But this rune stone also is runes in Dwarvish, and it's concerned with the glory and honor found in battle and in competition. And this honor, though, is not. Hang on. So But it talks to about, so it says, there's glory and honor in battle and in competition, but the glory is only for those who challenge themselves through physical trials. And meaning, if you were to try to beat up creatures that were much weaker than you, there's no glory in that because you aren't challenged. And so there's no glory for a Goliath who is unchallenged in battle, athletics, and competition, just as there is no glory for the griffin that slays a mouse. And
Although there is a snack.
And Marcher, you know that this is where the Goliaths will prey when they seek to gain physical strength and victory in combat or competition.
All right. So now
All right.
to the feast hall.
Yeah. So as you all start to climb up this cave, there's a lot of Goliaths in there, and a lot of them are. Well, first let me just the room description. A long rectangular fire pit heats this 15-foot high cave and fills the area with the scent of meat cooking on a grate over the pit. The sound of cheering also fills the cave as 2 Goliaths stand near the southern wall. Hang on, that I'm gonna rewrite this a little bit because of things that have happened here. The Goliaths are all kind of gathered around something that's a little unclear at first, but they're all kind of talking excitedly. And you realize as you enter the room that they're gathered around, Harad and Arn and Kanyaka, because they're amazed that she apparently has had her sight restored, and she's, they're explaining what happened, and at this point, Arn kind of pushes through, and he just holds up his hands, and everybody immediately goes quiet. He steps through and steps up to Marcher and says, "Marcher, you have been home only moments, and you have brought people who have done a great service to this clan. You and they are welcome, and we would gladly hear your tales of adventure."
Thank you. That was all I asked for. And Marcher takes up the spot at the end of the fire pit that is where stories are told. And with the light coming up from the fire under his face, he pulls back his hood to reveal the spikes on the top of his head and his strange pale skin. And
I think there's some murmuring about that just because I can imagine that you usually kept them covered before.
Yes.
Right. Not that people didn't know, but
it was not something he displayed proudly.
right.
And says, "Akanathi, I am Marcher Northwind. Northwind because I was always thought to be not quite a member of Akanathi. As if I had been fathered by a passing breeze. And who knows? Maybe I was. But I have, ever since leaving to find my way in 10 towns and the lands beyond, known that I would come back. Because every day that I have been away, I have thought of you, my family. I would like to tell the tale of my voyages among the altitudinally less privileged.
That's right.
And as he goes and tells the story, every once in a while, he will connect something that's happened to the stories that are among the people that he knows. Like when we felled the great moose that was terrorizing Lonelywood. Like you, Enoch, when you brought home that tremendous elk with 5 horns. Or
I have a bunch of Goliath names if you want me to just provide
oh,
one.
I actually had, while we were going on, I was finding Goliath names.
Oh, okay.
So, Svante and Birger and Enoch and Gjord, and he goes back and forth between telling his tale, and then whenever he does this, he turns and he gestures to one of the members of the tribe and tells their story to the party.
And-
So it takes a while to weave all this together, and he makes these connections between all these different stories on both sides, from the Ten Towns side and from the Goliaths.
And for things that we fought, Wilfred would gladly, do illusions, to show like the white moose, the
Mammoth,
the white-faced walker.
Oh yeah, this
Right.
story comes with a laser light show.
That's awesome. So go ahead and make a performance check with advantage.
Okay.
Yay!
Oh,
Oh boy.
Oh,
So those are
that's
2
not
low
fair.
rolls.
GM, can I do a retcon enhance abilities on Marcher, knowing that he's going to tell a story?
actually, it was really.
You know what? I was actually just going to say I was going to grant some like inspiration for
Okay.
Gorillas anyway, just because.
all right. So
you're
I'll
doing
spend
some-
that inspiration right away.
Yeah. All right.
And I got a 12.
12 is
Oh
a
my
lot
God.
better than a 6.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's better than
Yeah.
a 6, but still.
Yeah.
Um,
So I think like at worst that just means that like there's occasionally some spots where you just sort of you realize you're having to translate a bit more of experiences that like between the two
Yeah.
parties that where like you're realizing, oh wait, I guess I have to explain what that is because you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. But at the same time, you've got everybody's attention. People are listening rapt.
And then I'm actually going to end it with the dragon that we killed over 10 towns, because the since then stuff is less climactic. It's
Sure. No, and in fact, actually, as soon as you're mentioning that, like, it's clear that, like Rahi said, like, everyone here, like, they saw smoke coming from 10 Towns from here.
yeah.
And so they knew something must have happened and figured it was probably really bad, but they weren't sure what. And hearing this story, like, it's just an extra layer of interest.
And that is how we have opposed the Frostmaiden since I have left. It is probably no more pain to her than a flea on the backside of a pig, but I have done what I can. And
As you say that last bit, Arn stands up and says, "To hear you tell it, she has sought reprisal on you on multiple occasions."
Oh yes.
yes, well, as you know, as a dog would scratch a flea, and that's what has happened to us. We've been scratched quite hard on occasion, but here we are.
Marcher, if there is something that the Thungalaga tribe is not, it is modest.
Well, it is a bad habit. Yes. And Marcher stands up as straight as he can. He's still a head and a half shorter than every other Goliath in the room. But he says, "Yes, I have done these things with my friends, and it. I hope that there is something I can do, we can do, to heal the feud that is happening with
So,
Worm Doom."
as soon as you say that, there's like a cold draft that goes through the room. Because this was a really happy, like, everyone is like, oh my gosh, isn't this amazing? Such cool stories that we're hearing. We're welcoming back someone that we like who has had cool adventures. Isn't this great? She's, Kanyaka is, her vision is restored. Isn't this amazing? What a great evening. And then you said that. And,
Probably where the 12 comes in.
yeah, and so it's when you say that, and he would say, "This feud is not our doing, as well you know, Marcher. It is not I that perpetuate this feud. Even in the weeks since your departure, they have come to us with accusations of murdering their scouts. This is not something we would do, you know this. And yet they accuse anyway. They say it's an act of war, this thing that they have made up in their imaginations. If they wish to end the feud, they can come to us and apologize." At this point, Kanyaka and Harad actually kind of come back up to him, and they kind of whisper something to him. And what would you have me do, Marcher?
Well, the first thing that I have learned is that many of the feuds that have happened in Tent House have been provoked by agents of the Frostmaiden. And perhaps as outsiders, we can look into what has happened to the Worm Doom Scouts, what has happened in between, and find out if there have been that kind of provocation. The agents of the Frostmaiden would love for the Goliaths to be divided and at war with each other. And maybe this can be avoided if we can get to the heart of the matter. And perhaps they will respect someone who has killed a dragon. And I'll pull out the white dragon wormling head that I've got in my pack.
You get a couple of oohs from the crowd, but then Arn just shuts that down. Like, nuh-uh, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, because what you're saying makes sense here. And also, Akhenathi not Akhenathi, but Kanyaka and Harad clearly have, gotten
15.
him in a listening mood. Yeah, so he goes quiet for a moment. There is some truth in what you say. It would not surprise me to learn that the Akhenathi. No, so you guys are the Akhenathi. Thunkalaga is the other
Yes,
tribe. I said it
Thunkalaga.
wrong earlier, so apologies for that. The Akhenathi tribe is you guys. It would not surprise me that the Thunkalaga tribe has thrown in with the Frostmaiden. But it is also possible that they do so because they are deceived.
Let us make the more charitable assumption to start with.
So what
There
are you
are-
proposing?
Give me a token that I speak on behalf of Akhenathi. And I will go and talk to them, find out what has happened, and investigate. We have discovered, my friends and I, many mysteries in Icewind Dale. This is something we do.
And we also carry the backing of the speakers of Tin Towns because of stopping the dragon. A unified Icewind Dale versus the Frostmaiden is far better than everyone squabbling for scraps that she allows.
I cannot give you leave to negotiate on my behalf. That's too much. But if you can persuade the Worm Doom chief to come here, I will meet with him. And then Kanyaka kind of like nudges him and he says, neutral ground then.
Yes. And I'll name a mountain peak that's fairly in between that everybody knows.
Yeah. These terms are acceptable to me. If you can persuade them to meet, I will do the same.
All right.
I'll go up to Marcher and just like say in his ear, because I don't feel like it's my place to talk, and I also don't really want them to notice me that much. But just say, and you can tell him that he would hear from me when we have spoken, so that he is not surprised when he hears the foreign voice in his head.
My companion has the ability to send messages over long distances. They will be heard in your head as if the person was speaking in your ear. Would you rather she speak to you or to Kanyaka?
She may speak to me.
Then
He
that's
looks
what we
right
shall
at you,
do.
Mara.
What?
He said she can speak to me, and he looks right at you. Kind of
All right.
unsteady nod.
We have
Yeah.
we have been traveling for a long time. Is there a place nearby where we can rest?
There is, of course. And then, first, a feast is in order. And everyone else goes, yay!
That's all.
All right. So,
And then they ate the minstrels.
yeah. Yeah, so they start bringing out a lot of, meat. There's a lot of meat.
Yes.
And it's being, roasted over, great big fire pits on spits, and there's a lot of celebration. You get, everyone, is being greeted like you're a lot of you are treated as kind of a curiosity, like they're interested in you, but like they're also like they think it's a little bit funny how small you are. In some cases, they don't seem to have any problem with you being a dragonborn, Ale. That doesn't seem to.
I've always been worried about that since we walked into this cave.
Yeah,
It's been
that
really,
doesn't.
really
They don't
nervous.
seem to have any problem with that. But they're definitely, all kind of enjoying themselves, and they. At a certain point, once everybody has had a little, they break out that they've got some supply of, let's say like fermented goat's milk or something like that, right? Where it's alcoholic, of course, but you guys can decide how much of that you want to have. But some of them start doing tests of strength where they basically have these two big rocks, where the whole idea is you hold one of the rocks in each hand and you hold your arms straight out to the side, and it's like who can stand like that the longest. And they clearly are doing it like as a competition between themselves. Does anyone else want to choose to challenge them, or?
Ali's going to give it a shot because
Okay.
she might be the strongest person in the party.
Rowan is actually going to try to slide away and go back to the hatchery with the Griffin and Raya.
Okay, Rahi.
That Rahi, that interests him far more than feats of strength because he is not strong.
Sure. We'll do that in a moment, but let's do this feat of strength first. So the way this works is as you're all standing there holding the rocks, like you've got a number of Goliaths all kind of doing this with you, everyone at the same time, because they've got a couple, several sets of these rocks that all seem like these over time. These have been, decided as all being the same, right? These rocks. But as you are going to make an athletics check at the end of every minute, and so I'm going to, So let's see. So what we're going to do is I have 3 of these Goliath warriors that are doing it with you. And so we'll see how many rounds you make it. So I'm rolling 3 of them for them, and you roll 1.
Okay.
Hi, me too, right?
If you're joining too, then
Wilfred wants in.
Mm-hmm. Whoever else is joining. So 2 of them. Let's see. Actually, no. So the DC is just 5 for the first minute. And so all 3 of the Goliaths make it for their first minute.
I got a 22, so
all right. Both of you are still in it. So second minute.
Marcher catches Rowan's eye and makes a funny face at him.
So at the end of the second minute, one of the Goliaths goes out, but the other 2 are still in it.
I got a natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Nice.
What did you get, Ollie?
second.
Yeah. Do the
Oh,
second
my
one.
second minute.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Still in it.
A 19. So
Yeah.
36.
All right. Minute 3. We're looking for 15 now.
Okay. Getting something now.
Both of the other Goliaths go out.
Oh, gosh.
18.
Oh, but Ollie also
failed.
goes out. Yeah.
Ali failed.
What about Wilfred?
18.
18. Wilfred is the last one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did not see that coming.
It's
How
a tie
long?
for, but the other Goliaths are very impressed that Ale managed to tie with them and Wilfred won, and everyone is very excited. There's a lot of
But-
you've
Lots
definitely
of
gained some
fermented
respect.
goat's milk to go around.
Yeah.
Does it end once there's a winner, or is it?
Oh yeah. I mean, like if you wanted, you could keep standing there, but you managed to. They all went out, and you were still going, so you win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
What's
I
your
mean,
strength, Wilfred?
If nobody is encouraging him to go on further, no, just set it down. Be happy with that.
Nice. So lots of excitement there. I will say, Rowan, that one of the things that you would have noticed if you paid any attention in the group over there is that you would have at one point seen Arn, the chief, kissing Harad. They are actually married, so.
Oh, okay.
But Rowan wouldn't necessarily know that.
It's a torrid love affair.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, natural ones.
So at you slip away though, and you go to talk to Rahi. You can certainly do that.
Yes. Because, again, feats of strength, not my forte.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
But the wilds and animals, very much so. Especially since this is the first time I've ever seen someone tame and raise griffins.
Can I sneak along with you? Because I don't like the attention.
Yeah. I mean,
You're
you
the
can tell me
magical
what-
healer. You're late. You're person of the hour.
Yeah, like you definitely have a lot of people like interested in you because of your magic, Mara, so like there's definitely people who would want to talk to you. So I would imagine if you are uncomfortable with that, you slipping away would be.
I give
Rooted.
Rowan like a very panicked. please get me out of here.
Oh, I go. I come up and say, excuse us. Our 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 friend here, healing makes them very tired. They need a break. We'll be back in a little while.
Yes, please excuse me.
Yeah, they find that acceptable. Yeah, you
Thank
don't
you.
offend anyone. You get the idea that like feasts here are not like big on their rules, right? Like
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Does there seem to be, and I'm gonna assume that there's not a lot of people magically inclined here.
Right. Yeah. Generally speaking, there's not a lot. Yeah. I mean, there's some, but mostly no. Like it's mostly like people know a few cantrips and stuff.
Okay.
Maybe level
Now-
1 spells, if that.
Thank you. Where were you going?
I find it very interesting that they raise griffins. I'm not very knowledgeable of them when it comes to their. I've read about them in books, but I've never actually seen them until now. So if I can learn
they
more,
are majestic.
and they may, and I know Verlaine mentioned that Rowan that Marcher's people raise them not only as modes of transportation but also as hunters and companions. This, I'm not saying I want one of theirs, but if I can learn how to do so, I'm not against that. Since
No, that's completely reasonable.
and everyone doesn't want me to have a mummy, so
No, really, you should not have a mummy.
Listen,
I tested the waters. It is still evil, despite how well you train it.
I mean, maybe it can be influenced later. I don't know, but griffins are technically natural. So, is Rahi still with the hatchling?
So it's gotten a bit colder out, and so she's not like right at the ledge, but yeah, she is still like tending to it. She's, she's over there, but she's moved away from the ledge a little bit. He hears you coming and just says, "I heard cheers from the feasting cave. I assume things went well."
Your son has a golden tongue to go with that charisma of his. He won them over mightily, with a little help from a friend of ours that can illustrate his stories.
I'm glad to hear that. I certainly be speaking with him on my own at some point soon, but the feasts are not where I feel comfortable.
I feel the same.
Indeed, I also agree. I've spent more time in the wilderness and amongst nature than amongst people. My mother sought that out for me because of circumstances.
She nods. I understand this.
Though-
She looks to you and just says, "If you wish, you may approach slowly."
Okay.
One
Will
at a
remain
time,
here.
please.
I have jangly armor, and it might disturb them.
She nods. Like, yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah, I say, I find it fascinating. The raising and breeding of griffins, seeing as I've never seen them before, and I'm assuming that this is a tradition passed down amongst your people.
Yes. For some time, we train the griffins. They hunt for us, as small folk might use falcons.
Now, I know you breed them here, but where did you initially find them? Did you just find them amongst the mountains?
We raise them here. You really must raise a griffin from a hatchling, or else it will never be trainable. If a hatchling is born in the wild, it can never be tamed.
If if a Goliath or a member of your tribe was to want to get an egg of a griffin, how would they get one? Is it chosen by the chieftain?
Make a persuasion check, because you're it you're prodding on to some stuff that is clearly like very like almost sacred to her. So it's not that it's offensive, but make a persuasion check to see if you can.
It's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Yeah. With the natural one, she says.
Natural 2.
Well, yeah. So technically, yes, you got a 1, which a 2 minus 1. Yeah. So she says, "My apologies, sir. You seem like a good man, but these are secrets of our tribe, handed down over many generations. But if you like, you can come closer."
Is she still out? Because I don't think I have light on my character. So I
Oh,
can't
okay.
see where she's at.
Oh, really? Hang on. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize you guys were moving around in the dark. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so she's like to the north there, like, but you're having to move past like this sleeping griffin. So do you see now?
Yes, I can see the griffin in her.
Yeah, okay.
So, all right. I ask her.
As you're getting closer, the griffin hatchling does start to like squirm and if you like, you can please make an animal handling check to see if you can sort of soothe it.
I am much better at that than persuasion. Okay, it's all right.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't like start to panic, but it does still seem irritated, and she's just like, I'm sorry. Its mother will wake up. If you could, I thought it might work, but if you could give me just a moment.
Yeah, I let her handle the hatchling first.
Yeah. Well, and so I think as she kind of asks you to kind of back off a little bit, and she's gonna like try to return the hatchling to the nest.
Okay, I'm gonna try to pay attention to how she handles him or it and everything of that nature, because I would like to learn not how their traditions go about it, but just in the sense of handling them as well. If I decide to maybe try to find one in the wild.
I will let you know just briefly that there are rules for taming a griffin in the adventure, but it takes like a year. Because the thing is like you have to start with them as a hatchling, and they don't get full grown right away. So like it takes a long time. But yeah, I'm not ruling it out. There are rules in the adventure. I'm just saying, it's not something like gonna have one session and then now you have a pet griffin.
Yeah, I was assuming that more than likely, because I am not a Goliath or from this tribe, and I've not been accepted into this tribe, that I would
also didn't roll very well. So
I didn't roll very well either. I would have to hunt one of these down, an egg down, and go from there.
Yeah. So in any case, she returns the baby griffin to its nest, and then comes with you out into the bigger room to let it settle.
I say, now I see why Marcher was so good with the owlbear.
Yeah, and I definitely told that story in the main hall, and the fact that so he doesn't know where Lila is now. A kind of a poignant moment along the way.
Yeah.
And we will definitely have to go see if we can find Lila. Lila has fought alongside us, bled alongside us. And I don't like leaving a party member behind.
Yes, I understand this. too.
So, if you all raise griffins, do the other tribe of Goliath raise griffins, or do they raise something
No,
else?
this is an Akhenathi clan secret.
This
The
is
the
this is
Thun. Go
no,
ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, I was you're fine. Go ahead.
The Thun Kalaga tribe is skilled in many things, but the Griffins are sacred to us here.
You know, I don't want to be presumptuous or too forward, but these could be of much assistance to us because we're eventually going to have to go somewhere where we will need assistance of travel.
I don't think that's a request or anything that we can suggest.
I'm not requesting it. It's just I didn't realize Marcher and his people, because I've never been here before. I've never even really experienced the culture of the Aganathi. They could get us to that island. They could be of much assistance against the Frostmaiden. I see why Villain brought it up. Although I'm loath to give her credit for such a poignant
Rowan,
statement.
I think that such a thing is not impossible, but Arn would never permit such a thing unless he were no longer concerned with the Thunkalaga tribe. Right now he sees them as one of our primary lines of defense should they try to attack us.
Yes, I got the gist from his outburst at the feast when Marcher brought up us trying to assist in the feud by not having it be a feud anymore.
I believe that this is necessary, and the time has come for the Goliaths to no longer be at each other's throats.
Has it always been this way, or were y'all unified at one point?
We were always separate clans, but we used to be friendly. We used to share things and meet, and there's a sport they play, goat ball, which was once a source of unity amongst us, but alas became the edge upon which our unity was cut. See, hang on, let me find this thing. Sorry, I have the story. Okay. Yes, many summers ago, the children of Sky Tower challenged the children of Wormdoom to a game of goat ball, and one of the children of Wormdoom, angered at being knocked off her perch, threw the ball at one of our griffins and struck it in the head, and it wounded her in return. The game was called off, but days later, hunters from Wormdoom climbed our mountain and slew the griffin in its nest. Grave insult. We've been at war ever since. But it becomes a never-ending cycle. Harm done to one is repaid threefold, and then there's just as much desire to punish that in return. It never ends, but it must.
And is this game always played between children of the tribe? Was it always played between children of the tribes?
Not always, but
This one incident.
yes.
Huh. Was there a different chieftain at the time for both tribes?
This was many years ago, decades.
Okay. Huh. That's good to know because it's kind of, I don't want to be rude, but it seems kind of silly to cause such harm and death over the mistakes of children. Children are immature, they don't think clearly.
But bear in mind, it only starts small. That is the nature of the feud. The child who threw the ball did not intend to harm the griffin. She was simply angry. But the injury the griffin did was real. And her people saw that as sufficient offense that they killed the griffin. They invaded our home and killed the griffin. And thus our people were angered enough to want revenge on them in turn.
Yeah,
These are not the mistakes of children. It is the escalating nature of violence and anger
True.
and hatred.
True. And I think that's something and I'll have to discuss this with Marcher, but when we do go to see the other tribe, I think this would be something to point out, is that the mistakes of a child should not be what bloodshed and warfare are bred upon, when obviously it was an honest mistake born out of being a child. And I think that might be where we could find common ground, because everyone starts off as a child, inexperienced, unknowing, and not understanding the full reach of our actions when we make them.
I sincerely hope that you find success, and perhaps that would be a line of reasoning. Even a meeting would be something that has not yet been tried.
Yes.
But the fact is that it is not merely the mistakes of children. That is only how it started.
Yes. I want to. I may have to go talk with Aaron, because if they know more about the scout, then we may be able to find out who truly killed the scout, because he says that they accused you all of murdering their scout or scouts. But we have found that in Tin Towns, the Duergar had been concealing themselves with magic to be invisible and had caused so much chaos. And during the dragon attack, they wreaked even more chaos. And they're doing that outside of the influence of the Frostmaiden. They're doing that. They're taking the Frostmaiden. It's almost as if they're taking the Frostmaiden as an example of a distraction to try to get rid of Tin Towns.
I wish you luck, but I don't know the answers. If my wisdom was sufficient to end this feud, it would have been ended. I think that you may be right that perhaps their scout was lost in some other way, or taken by the Frostmaiden or these Duergar, but the fact is that they came here and believed that it was us, and that is what they believe still. So if there is some other explanation, it is not us that you must convince. We know that we didn't do it.
So the only other question I have is, how did Kanaka get so much influence amongst your people? Is it just because she's the elder?
Well, she was once a great chieftain of in her own.
Oh, I didn't know she used to be a chieftain. Thank you for answering my probing questions. I know it's not your place, and it's definitely above mine to ask these things, but with Marcher being my compatriot and you being his mother, there's a lot that has to be handled.
I knew that Marcher was always intended for great things. I knew that his fate would take him place is both wonderful and terrible.
I chuckle. Don't tell him this. But he's pretty good. His skills in combat, even amongst my people, he's really good at conversation and so many things, but do not let him know. I'll never hear the end of it.
Well, on that note, I wonder if you would send him my way.
Absolutely, and thank you. I will then take my leave and head back to Marcha.
Mara's just in a trance in the corner, just like zoning out.
I think, Rahi kind of looks over at you and says, you know, my chosen name is Sky Dreamer.
My name was not chosen for me, or was chosen for me, but I think it is appropriate. It is the Night Sea, which is one of the things that my people call the night sky.
Do you see in the dark?
I do.
Come with me. And she is leading you kind of over and urging you first to try to be careful approaching the Griffin's Nest. So you can choose if you would like to make an animal handling or a stealth check. With advantage because you're specifically being assisted by Rahi here.
Okay, I will do animal handling because I am actually better at that.
Okay, yeah.
So, one.
And this is basically so this is just to avoid disturbing them because she's actually leading you past that nest. And a 10 I think is enough for that, in the sense that the griffin does sort of shift in its nest, the mom, and is like looking at you as though like you shouldn't come any closer, but you can be edged around
Mara knows enough to not make eye contact and to like lean away.
Yeah. So Rahi takes you just to the edge here and just shows you how, looking out over this overlook, this high in the mountains, the clouds have formed a layer below, and it's almost like looking out over the ocean, but just this like layer of clouds.
Wow. It is beautiful up here.
There's a reason I tend to stay here when everyone else has gone to the feasting rooms.
It is very quiet. And you have good company.
Yes.
Would you mind if I stayed here a while? At least until Marcher comes.
Yes, that's fine. She, like, the only hesitation is she's just kind of looking over, like, she doesn't want you to disturb the griffins.
I can be elsewhere in the cave if that is preferable, but I will make less noise if I do not move.
Just stay right there and be quiet, and you'll be all right.
I can do this.
And so, yeah, she'll kind of let you. So, Rowan, would you have just kind of gone and just caught Marcher's eye?
Yeah, since I saw that she escorted her further in, I'll go back and head to where Marcher and the crew are.
Okay. Before we do that, so we know Ale and Wilfred have endeared themselves to the Goliaths by participating in their feats of strength. What has Iggy been up to during this feast?
I think Iggy has been kind of hanging out by the entry and just being quiet and watching and unobtrusive. They're not really sure what to make of all of this, and like Mara said, this is a lot of people. So, not something that that they want to kind of get involved with. So they're just kind of sitting off by themselves, and every once in a while, I think I think Piccolo is sitting on his head, or sitting on their head, and every once in a while he'll flip a piece of meat up in the air, and Piccolo will catch it and eat it.
So I think at some point, like you're sitting over there, and a Goliath who is slurring his words a little bit from the fermented goat milk, but just kind of comes over and just says, "What kind of person are you?"
The squishy magic kind.
He looks a little confused, and then he kind of pokes your shoulder.
Yeah, see? Squishy.
This is Iggy. Iggy is a potent wielder of the arcane.
The what?
I'm the
Iggy,
squishy magic person.
I think you are going to need to make an example here, and I'll grab a rock, one of the stones for the weightlifting thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna toss it in the air in the direction away from everyone else,
Mm-hmm.
and say, "Here, shoot this!" And I'll just toss it in the air for Iggy to hit with an arcane blast.
All right. So all that Iggy knows is you said here, and you tossed the rock.
Yeah, no, I said shoot this.
All right.
And I'll toss it for Iggy to shoot.
Okay.
I'm not throwing it hard, so I'm making it as easy as possible to hit it.
Alright, what? I'll just roll an attack.
Yeah.
14.
Well, you've got 2 blasts, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll the other one too.
The other one's an 18.
Yeah. So I think the first one just barely misses it, but then the second one hits it, and it kind of clearly like knocks a big chunk off of it and sends it go spinning, and then it's clunk 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 as it's like sliding down the cavern, and the Goliath goes, "Whoa!" And then he looks over and he apparently notices Piccolo for the first time and says, "Whoa! you got something on your head."
Yes, he's very smart.
That is Piccolo. Between the two of them, actually, Piccolo is actually the wizard, and Iggy is the familiar.
Roll a deception check.
At advantage because he's drunk?
Sure.
21.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
These little folk, they do all kinds of weird things.
Oh boy.
I don't know if I like that.
Don't worry, Piccolo is a wonderful guy.
Don't cast any spells on me.
No,
Piccolo.
don't worry. I will make sure that nothing like that happens.
I would love it at the moment that Rowan walks up is when Marcher says that Piccolo is a great person.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. So you've got this slightly wobbly Goliath standing a head and a half taller than Iggy, probably like holding like a ram's horn, just kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I chuckle. Marcher, Rahi would love for your company.
Oh, I have almost forgotten. Thank you so much.
I also won't mention that next time I see her. I won't mention that you forgot. I'll say you were chomping at the bit, just getting mildly distracted with all the attention your story's got.
Why don't you help Einar here find a place to sit and perhaps sleep off with his? It would become a bit much.
Oh no! I think he's made a new friend.
Hey, Marcher, your friends are weird like you, but that's good, I guess.
Oh, they are way far weirder than me. So I head back up to.
He looks skeptical.
And I'll go up to talk to Rahi.
Sure. Yeah. So, she she gives you the hug that you were denied earlier. She just says, "I'm so sorry for not." So Rahi's actually in the center here. It's Mara
okay.
up on the ledge at the
Okay,
moment.
yeah.
But you know, she says, "I'm so sorry, but that little one is just so fussy. I couldn't." His mother had just
Yes.
gotten some sleep, and I can't
Duties
help
come
but
first.
relate.
To think nothing of it.
Oh.
I am here. You are here, and he gives her the big hug that
Yeah.
they've been waiting for all these weeks.
She says, I heard some of your stories just through the tunnels, and I, of course, saw some of them in my dreams.
Mm.
You've made me very
So
proud,
I'll sit down and
Martyr.
tell her the whole story all over again, and it'll go a little quicker because I'm not weaving in on any of the other stories in it.
Mm-hmm.
And that we have now got Arn has given me permission to go and try and arrange a meeting.
That's such good news, Martyr. And there have been times when I wondered, I despaired perhaps even, that anything could ever be done. But I always knew you were meant for important things. Perhaps this will be one of them.
One of the things I always asked myself is why me with this, and he strokes the horns on his head, came here and not to Wormdoom. That seems like that would be the logical place for me, but maybe that was because there was something this was to happen all along. My friend Aule, he is devoted to a god of dragons, Bahamut. Never heard of such a thing, but I guess everybody has to have one, so why not dragons too? And he says that there are metallic dragons that are good-hearted and, well, maybe not help people, but at least don't go and eat them. And I am, I'm thinking perhaps he had a claw in all of this. We have certainly seen miracles along the way that tell me that perhaps out there in the wide everything that we have allies against the Frostmaiden.
She nods and just says, Martyr, there's a threshold that every parent looks forward to and dreads. You have surpassed me, as I knew you would, and I'm so proud of you. The things you talk about doing leave me in awe. And I'm just so proud that could have had some part in preparing you for these great deeds.
I am who I am today because of you. All of the I would not be where I am if it were not for my friends, and I would not have my friends if it were not for you.
I think you'll find that there are allies unseen out there that will guide your path if you can be open to them. We do not pray to all of the gods and goddesses of the small folk, but it is simultaneously true that one would be a fool to pretend that there is not influence from higher planes in our world. I know this through my own first-hand experience. My dreams have always showed me things that I could not have seen any other way. And I believe that you came to us at the time that you were needed, but perhaps when you came to us was so that we could prepare you for what still lies ahead. I have to believe that.
Thank you. Your confidence is precious to me.
And yet, I worry for you so.
We have been through such amazing things together. We have a skilled healer with us. You know from what happened here. We have tremendous guardians in Aule and Wilfred who protect me. I am not, I am not a hand-to-hand fighter. I've never been. I'm puny. But they, as small as they are, help to keep me protected from our enemies so that I can pummel them with things like this, and I'll cast a ice spears spell out into the
Well,
into the,
not like over the edge, because that would literally be like right past this sleeping Mama Griffin and her baby. So, and Mara's out there
And
too.
me.
okay.
Yeah, so I think you would know
right,
not
I'll-
to do that, but you could do it
Yeah,
at the
like
cave
up,
wall.
up in, a nice knife up into the ceiling. And I am, I am well protected.
I'm glad. I know that it was hard for you, given that so many of your friends here, the other Goliaths here, don't understand the things that you can do. They value strength and power, and yours was different than they knew. And I know that you didn't always have an easy time dealing with that. But I hope that gives you empathy, because there will come a time when power is needed not merely through brute strength or even arcane force, but in understanding.
Well, if there is anyone in Icewind Dale who has that, it is us.
And perhaps you are truly the ones that can end this feud. And who knows, perhaps you can even end this everlasting rhyme that the Frostmaiden has cursed us with.
We are doing what we can. Did you know? And I already told her the story, so there's the mechanism that thawed part of the Dale for a few hours, and this is not insurmountable.
All I knew was that If there was a way, I did not know it. But
No, I don't know either, but we're doing what we can.
if anyone could accomplish such a thing. Marcher, when you were young, I wept for you because a destiny is not an easy thing.
No, it is not. And plenty of people who've been told they have a destiny are lying at the bottom of a ravine somewhere.
Yes.
So it's not a guarantee that you will come through. But I will do what I can, and I'll give her a big hug.
What I know is, and this is the only thing that keeps me from trying to plead for you to stay where it's safe, is that the only thing that turns a destiny sour soonest is trying to deny it.
Well, in some of the stories, that only makes it worse.
Indeed.
But
So
I'm following where. Yes.
go into the world knowing that I love you and that you have my support and that I believe in you. And I know that you will keep your friends safe and they will keep you safe and you will do great things.
Well, I shall do as I always have. I'll do my best. Now,
But not
it's
tonight.
getting late.
Yes.
Not tonight. It's getting late. I am looking for a bed. And if I leave my friends alone too long, one of them is going to say something and make problems. It happens more often than I can tell you. So I need to be getting back before Rowan or Wilfred says something stupid.
Of course. So I think we can probably, unless anyone else has a scene they wanted to do, we can sort of, dissolve to everyone kind of, there's plenty of room in this sleeping cave that's over here to the east of the feasting hall, and plenty of room for like setting out, bedrolls and that sort of thing, and it's, warm in there, and everyone can go ahead and get a night's sleep. Does anyone, I guess it would have to be Mara, do you end up returning and going back in there, or you don't really need to sleep, I guess, but it's probably very cold there in the, right by the
I
overlook.
have a lovely ring of warmth that I
that's
have
right,
put
yeah.
to myself, thanks to one of my dear companions.
Yeah.
But I will eventually return.
Okay.
Giving.
Do
give
you let
them up to
Valine
Griffin and
know that
everything.
you're staying, or like because Valine stayed behind in a hut like down at the base of the mountain, right? So do you let her know that you guys are staying the night, or?
I don't know what the rest of the group is doing, but once I find out, yes, we are staying, I will send a message to her, because I haven't sent very many messages to a lot of people. Have not cast very many spells today.
The message is, hello, we're not dead.
Hello, Valine. I hope you are staying warm. We are going to stay here tonight. Things are going well. That is all.
Thank you for informing me. I'm glad things are going well. I am just fine here. I have books to read and a dome to keep me warm. That is all.
Oh God. Oh, acupuncture.
Right.
And I think I would probably, once I get back to the main feasting hall, I just want to check on
Kanyaka?
Kanika or Kanika.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that the blindness isn't.
Yeah. She actually kind of goes to bed early because she is still old, but yeah, she's fine. There hasn't been any problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, just trying to not be in the way, but if somebody asks me to look at something, I'll look at something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think by the time you come down, things are winding down a little bit.
Yay, drunk Goliaths!
Yeah. All right. So I think, we can kind of fade to the next morning. You can all get a long rest. I think as you're sort of getting ready in the morning, Arn is going to just come to you, Marcher, and just say, if you ask me, this thing that you ask is impossible. They owe us an apology that I do not believe they will give. But if they will meet, I will meet them. But know that I will be bringing a team with me in case of treachery.
How many people would you feel comfortable with? How many people would you need with you to feel like you were not going to be in danger?
Why should I not come with a show of force?
Because the more people you bring, the more you look like you are.
You're not you would I speak up. It's because a show of force at a negotiation tends to lead towards not wanting to negotiate.
Put it. There's two things here. You need to feel comfortable that you will not be intimidated, and you will need some people for that. That is not an unreasonable thing to have some people with you. But at the same time, the more you bring, the more likely you look like instead of talking, you are there to make trouble. So,
make a persuasion check with advantage.
18.
That's pretty good. He clearly looks a little thoughtful as you're pointing that out.
Marcher is trying not to intimate that bringing a lot of people. He's not trying to say it out loud that bringing lots of people would be cowardice.
Right.
But he wants to kind of slip that in.
You can see that forms in his head is that he doesn't want to appear as though he is afraid of them.
And
I don't.
Rowan speaks up and says, and also, if Marcher is there helping guide these negotiations, he's from your tribe. He is also a dragon slayer. So that could bridge the gap between the two of you.
Well, I suppose that would be up to them. As I said, I don't know that they will even meet with us. So...
Well, leave that part to us.
Forgive me, Arn, but if you...
Everybody coming into this conversation.
Well, that's fair. Yeah.
I have thoughts. If you want to disprove what they believe about your tribe, showing up in force does not help rewrite that story.
Well, I think they've already persuaded him.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
So, but no, that's a good contribution. But I think that issue is resolved. He seems like I can come with just a pair of my best warriors.
And bring my mother too. Her wisdom is very valuable.
I was going to suggest maybe if we can set up a meeting place that isn't hard, arduous to get to. Naka seems to be full of wisdom and would be very valuable.
There may be something to what you say, but I would not risk her. My husband would never let me hear the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second best choice would be my mother.
I believe that is a wise choice. Marcher,
I
I
hope
do
I will
not
see
believe
you
this will
soon.
be successful, but I hope that it is. If you can persuade them to meet, perhaps they can give us the apology we are owed.
Or something like that. Yes, I will see what I can do.
Yeah. All right. So, you all heading out?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the plan.
Yeah, yep.
All right. So, the one other, like the other, I guess the other thing I want to interrogate a little bit here is, so Marcher, you know that given this feud, and apparently it's only gotten worse, like Sky Tower Goliath just showing up on their doorstep, especially with like other like tough people, like that's potentially going to be viewed with suspicion. But I guess what I wanted to find out is, you've probably I don't think you've ever been there. Right?
No. It's been described to me.
Mm-hmm. You know where it
Coyote.
is.
I know where it is,
Yeah.
and the basics of it have been described to me by Coyote.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I've never actually been there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably know the way to get there, but
Yeah.
Could Mara maybe reach out to the person who described this to you and have them meet us?
I
And
would have to see their face.
I don't have a way of facilitating that now.
oh,
But
I if maybe I could use detect thoughts to see an image of her face and then show that to Mara with my detect thoughts. Would that work?
You know what? Sure. I mean,
Let's-
I feel. Yeah.
Can detect thoughts show images though?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Not
because
telepathy.
here's the thing. Like, we could potentially say that the helm of telepathy might not work, but your psi crystal would, Iggy.
Yeah.
Right. We established that
Yeah.
can send images, right? So
Right.
if you can get the image from Marcher and then give it to Mara,
Yeah.
I'll allow that.
Okay.
I feel like I would have to sort of squint to say why not. So sure.
Okay.
so
Mar-
while we're having after our first foray out of the
You get back down to where Velena's
Yeah.
camped, and
Belena's camped, and we're having like a little rest from our climb down the mountain, and we're getting ready to get on the dog sleds and everything. We can sit down and kind of
Mhm.
sit down together, and Marcher kind of sits back and concentrates on Keothi's face, and a little smile comes to his lips, and he sighs, and this is quite obviously a memory that means a lot to him.
Aw.
I'm not used to him having such a smile on his face. He's normally so.
Quiet, you.
Yeah. So
I'm not asleep. I'm just thinking.
yeah. So Iggy will use the psi crystal to read that image and pass it on to Mara, and then on to the rest of the group, so that everyone knows what Marcher's sweetheart looks like, so that we can tease the crap out of him later.
Okay, so I will cast sending.
you
is her
need you've
name
got
again?
the image, but you need the full name.
Keothi.
Keothi.
Yeah, her full name is Keothi Lone Hunter Thun Lakalaga. Keothi Lone Hunter Thun Thun Laka Laga.
That's a mouthful.
I keep wanting to say boom shakalaka.
Rowan mumbles.
That's later.
Rowan mumbles. Must remember to tell Rahi.
Rahi knows about her, but she's the only one who does.
So it's Kehuni?
Keothi.
Keothi.
Keothi. Okay.
Keothi.
Okay. And where am I telling her to meet us?
I will name a spot that is within. Well, I mean,
You can name
I will
one of
name
the
a spot-
spots where you used to meet.
yeah. Actually, that's a little too intimate. How about can you show the main map and I'll.
Oh, sorry. I meant I've
Martha.
got it on the screen here, but I didn't move you over, I guess.
Marcha, you're blushing.
Yeah. Marcher is going to ask her to meet because we're probably going to be going around on the hills rather than straight through the mountains. So I was thinking that considering how fast we're moving, that a halfway, quote unquote, kind of point would be at the mouth of this valley here.
But would that be safe? The likelihood of them running into trouble probably increases the further they get away from home.
Well, I mean,
Not to say they can't handle themselves, just
she's a skilled hunter. She's been and often hunts alone. She will be fine. She's not some little human violet.
Okay. So I will do ascending. I am going to mess up the pronunciation of the name again because I
Keothi.
have the memory of an ant today. So I will say, hello, I am a friend of Marcher, and he would like to meet you at this place to try to help end the feud between your peoples. Can you meet us there in whatever the time is? I'm assuming that we have discussed how long it would take to get there.
Sure. So there's a pause, and then what you hear is, "Hello, whoever you are. I hope Marcher is okay. I can't meet you. I've been taken prisoner in some kind of fortress by gray dwarves. I ventured too far west. Tell Marcher I'm sorry."
I am immediately going to send another sending and say, do you know where you are being held?
I was curious about Marcher going to 10 towns, and I kept venturing further and further west. And I was kidnapped, blindfolded, taken somewhere in the mountains, and now I am in an elaborate fortress underground, I think.
oh no! Oh no!
Could it be as far as Sunblight?
Could it be a place that a dragon came from?
So Mara looks up at Marcher with terror in her eyes.
And March's eyes immediately go wide and say, "What happened?"
The Duragar has taken her. She is in an underground
I will
fortress
kill them
somewhere.
all. We only know of one fortress.
Does anyone have locate person or something?
We know of one Durgar fortress.
She
Locate
said she
person only
traveled
works.
west,
Yeah.
was taken, and she is now under a great in a great fortress somewhere.
The Durgar have one fortress.
Is this true?
Well,
I
they
look
had,
to Valine because she seems a little more worldly.
they had
mean,
two.
like-
We took care of one.
Valine is just kind of saying, I mean, I just know that when I met up with all of you, you said that you had just come from a fortress. I didn't see it.
I think the likelihood of it being sunlight is
Very high.
very high. Yeah.
Tell her to hang on, and we are coming.
If I do that, I have very few spells left, other than some healing.
Well, from where we are
It
now,
will take us more than a day to get there.
All right, then. I send a message and I say, hold on. We're coming. Keep faith.
And
And Marcher
Marcher
loves you.
is.
Oh, right in the heart. Oh.
You hear it's like, I wish so much to see him again, but I fear there are too many.
She says
think-
she fears there are too many.
The entire nation could stand between us, and I would not stop.
I believe you.
I just
And it seems that she is our key to stopping this feud.
Rowan kind of smirks and says, "You know, the more we adventure together, Marcher, the more I have to say I keep agreeing with you. But there's not enough Durgar to stop us. So how about we go rescue your special summon?"
Yes.
I think Wilfred be like,
And Marcher holds out his hand to grab Rowan's wrist.
I return the gesture.
Let's go kill some Durgar.
I can't wait to practice center mass.
Oh, nice callback.
Oh, you guys keep doing buttons like it's the end of the episode, but it's not yet, so.
So we head out to get on our dog sleds and
All
ride
right.
west.
Going west.
Change of plans, Lynn. We're going west.
Mm-hmm.
And west.
We are the seekers. We change our plans on a dime again.
Absolutely.
So here, let's see. An 18-hour day would give you, like, you could get, like, pretty much back to where a little past where the Cackling Chasm is, with, making, use of the tundra on the dog sleds. And then you would be able to get to Sunblight in the next day.
Yeah, I would say we get back to where we were before at that vantage point above, and we come down into it.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as we don't have to walk up to the door and say hello.
And we know the way this time, so
Yes,
we can avoid some of the pitfalls we had last time.
It's true. Yeah, I would let you make that same path without having to, make checks.
Nice.
Yes.
All right, so you guys go ahead and hurry on through. I'll go ahead and just kind of move you along. You have a full day of travel there. So I think just because it has to be something that would occur to you as you are traveling, that like Valine is not complaining about doing all of these other things. There, you could imagine that there's an element of didn't I hire you to do something for me? And now we're just going all over the place doing stuff that's not that, but she is not saying anything. She is coming along. She is spending a lot of time, going through the books that you recovered from that other tower. But yeah, so she is not complaining about that. But I'm sure it would occur to you in some of these hours on the dog sled and in between that, like,
Rowan, when we have a moment,
you would almost expect her to say something, but she hasn't.
yeah, Rowan says, "I know books and partial ruins aren't what you wanted to hire us for, but we will assist you. It's just these are means to an end, because as brash as I can seem at times, I don't think we are necessarily ready to kill a god."
I'm not asking you to kill a god.
To get what you want, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to.
Oh no, I expect that we are going to be sneaking onto that island and finding the book and then running away. That was certainly my plan.
Do we look sneaky?
Rowan, I am content for the time being accompanying you on these other tasks because I am more and more persuaded that you are in fact the group that can help me with my overall mission. And as a result, I am loath to alienate myself from you. I do hope, however, that my patience in this regard does display some degree of trust that will be reciprocated.
I won't lie. Your patience and decorum in this situation has surprised me. Not to be rude, but usually the people we meet with goals of their own are very intent on achieving them.
There is no question that what you're saying is true. However, in my experience, those who achieve the heights of arcane study require patience lest they blow themselves up at a lower level.
And this is
Amen,
why
sister.
I'm glad I don't use magic all that often. Though I do think that it's coming to a point where we will end up having to go for these items that you need because, well, all points lead to home, so to speak.
Well, yes, I do expect that we need those things. The codicil and my professor orb, but if we can recover those things without fighting a goddess, that is absolutely a superior option in my estimation.
Yeah, and if we can get the Goliath tribes on our side, fighting that goddess might be a bit easier.
Well, as I said, I am content for now.
Especially with Marcher's people's area superiority.
I have little doubt that you are my best chance of achieving what I have sought for so long. And if that requires me to be patient, then I will be patient.
Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment.
As you should. It was intended as one. I hope it came across that way.
Oh, well, oh.
Yeah.
And who says your heart is made of coal?
Well, I mean, it's not...
It's made of meat.
I didn't say it was cold.
Oh, God! It's so kind of dark.
But yeah, so she is being patient is what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But only because she expects that patience will be rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
We can live up to our expectations and not get a total party kill. Yeah.
All right, so you all make camp in the night, I assume, and I'm just going to go ahead and move you back to where you were, just because I'm not interested in doing a random encounter right now. I'm interested in you guys storming a fortress or something.
Yeah.
Storming the
Yeah.
castle.
So tell me a little bit about your plan here, because you certainly know that there's a front door to this place.
Mm-hmm.
You also know that you had previously encountered it kind of coming up from above, where there are windows, and you theoretically think that you could potentially like rappel down and go in some of those windows, but you haven't been able to look in them yet, so you don't actually know what's on the other side. You just know there are windows that you heard clinking sounds from.
Yes.
So let me
I-
actually put up this this artwork again. So recall that what you had done before was come from above, but you would have been like down on the top, like of this big fortress. Like I'm showing it on my screen, but you should still have the
Yes.
artwork.
So, how difficult would it be to rappel down and go through those windows?
I would say it's not so much that it's a high DC, say, as much as the risk is high, because if you do fail, it could be really bad.
I can only cast fly on 2 people.
Well, now, to be fair, that could be enough because Mara can fly. And we could send in,
Very briefly, but it has to be dark.
we could
But
send, we'd want to go at night.
Plenty of that around.
Well, part of the risk would be, though, that it's not dark inside. So if you're going down to a window and it's
Well,
light on
I
the
mean,
inside.
I could do
Yeah,
I could do Twilight Sanctuary and then fly.
you could give us your eyes. You could give you said you can give 3 people your sight. So if Iggy can make 2 people fly, then 2 of those people could have the sight that you give them. But until our compatriots get into the room with us, whatever we meet there, we have to handle. That's the only kerfluffle with this. And given Marcher's expeditious nature to start this, I would feel that he would be one of them.
Okay.
And I can handle a lot when it comes to combat.
Okay, so question. Alright. I can fly 2 people. I also have Dimension Door that I can take someone along with me.
Do you have
Dimension
to?
Door has a 500-foot range.
Do you have to see where you're going to use that? I'm not familiar with such abilities.
Either it can be a place I can see, or one I can visualize, or that I can describe.
Right. So there is some, like, you don't have to be able to see it, but if you're doing it to somewhere you can't see, there's a risk, right?
Right. So here's my thought. I can cast Fly on Marcher and Rowan. Or I can cast Fly on Marcher and Wilfred. They can go in first. And then I can use Piccolo to
Go along with us.
go along with you guys, so that I can see where I'm going once you're there, and then I can Dimension Door myself and Rowan
Or
there, if Mara can take care of her own.
well,
And
so
what
no,
about
so
online?
like you're still one person short, right? Because
Yeah.
it's if you can give 2 people fly, and then bring 1 person with yourself, and then Mara can fly on her own. There's still 1 more person.
Well,
Yeah, I
if we
didn't
can,
know that Valine was going to volunteer to come.
No,
with
no,
us.
even she's
No,
not.
it's Ale.
Hey,
Ole.
she is
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
not. But even still, even just with the rest of you, you're still short one.
well,
And
if we have
I'll pat Owly on the shoulder and said, "Sorry, I cannot count."
Yeah. No, Valine is just saying, no, have fun storming the castle.
Yeah,
I'd say,
yeah, we'll
if
need
we
a
have
miracle.
someone on the inside, like basically doing a brace, basically providing an anchor on the inside for a
Yeah.
rope.
Well,
I
right.
mean-
Like if you could get some people in there enough to ensure that it's safe inside, and then have someone like get a rope from there, like that would certainly be safer than having to rappel down not knowing what's in there.
we could set up a rappel, tie it around Archer's waist. He can fly down after it's cast on him by Iggy and go through the window, and while it's around his waist, Ale can climb down. Though that means Marcher can't move from where he's at, or Ale could fall.
The way we did it in the Duergar outpost.
Yes. Yes, except instead of going up, we're going down.
We're going down
over a pit.
Oh, if I slip and fall, well, I slip and fall.
It's hundreds of feet if you fall.
If you slip and fall, I will try to get there in time to heal you.
Yeah, well, maybe
I will at
I
least
should
prevent
maybe
you
I
from
should
dying.
maybe I should just watch Valine.
No.
No.
I mean,
No,
we have a 6-person problem and 5-person answers. So maybe I don't go in.
I mean, I could try to carry someone.
No, we don't want to risk you
Oh,
going down.
ride on Marcher's back.
Yes. Iggy, you
Cat
right? No,
fly.
no, you. Who?
Cast fly on Marcher, and
And
Ale just ride on your back.
Wait a minute, I'm too heavy. I
He's
think
a Goliath.
I can carry. I can carry. My total capacity is 300 pounds.
I'm more than 300 pounds with my gear.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
already
Can't
pretty
leave our
heavy,
gear
and
here
he's
with
wearing
Valine.
heavy armor.
But I
What was
can
that again?
I can.
What was that again?
Well, it also Ale is heavier than say Rowan, right? So
yeah.
why wouldn't you carry Rowan
So-
instead of?
I will carry Rowan. Ale, actually, Wilfred, you are the strongest. You're the strongest of the rest of us, correct?
Yes.
He did win the test of strength.
So-
Undeniably, he's the strongest.
You carry Mara,
I think I can do that. Yeah.
and then
Iggy can
Ale.
do
and then Ale and Iggy dimension door in once we're there.
Seems like a
someone
plan to
needs
me.
to carry Marcher. I can fly if it's dark.
No, the fly spell will carry Wilfred. Will be on Wilfred.
No. Mara can fly separate from him.
Right.
Okay.
If it is dark, I can
Yeah.
fly.
So what that
Oh,
means is that there's still like
No,
so
we don't. If there's light coming out the windows, it will not. You will stop being able to fly, and that would
Yeah.
be bad.
So
Right,
you,
but
like as a
No.
backup you can fly, but like it like so the issue is like let's say you fly separately, and so we have 2 people flying, each carrying 2 people. That's still Iggy up there, still needing to do dimension door, which could be with another person, right? So it's kind of like, it seems like you have a plan that will get everybody inside, and it's just kind of a question of like 2 people in the dimension door are flying, 2 people being carried, or what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but now
how about-
remember the last time we stormed a Duergar fortress, they didn't have light inside because they don't need it.
Right.
Well, she wasn't there for that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, really more said that to Marjorie than.
But there are lights coming from that window, so
Yeah, let's see. There, yeah, so, I'm just double checking what it says as far as the lighting. Because, like, obviously there's a light in the picture, but I was just trying to make sure there's, yeah, okay, yeah, so you get the impression that the light is probably dimly lit inside. Dimly lit, smoky, like smoke's coming out a little bit.
Would that hamper your flying, or we don't need to risk it? You can dimension door in with Iggy.
keep that as backup in case something happens.
Okay. If it is dim light, I can do this.
Okay, yeah,
But-
so, I think, yeah. So,
Wilfred and I are able to carry the most.
yeah, you guys think you have a plan that is gonna do what you need to do here.
Yes.
I'm imagining this in my head, and I cannot wait.
And I think that the ones we need to be dimension dooring and afterwards, after we've swept in, are Mara and Iggy.
Yes.
Yeah,
They-
that'll
they-
be fine.
Wait.
Mm.
Because I think we're missing a flyer. If we're trying to.
No, because if Marcher's carrying Rowan,
And Wilford.
Oh, you know what? We Aule needs to be dimension doored because he's the heaviest.
yeah, so
Yeah,
let's say
I
Marcher
can't-
carries
I can't-
Rowan, Wilfred carries Mara,
Mara.
or Mara could fly,
Yeah.
and then Iggy and Ale at Dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's-
theoretically,
that sounds-
Piccolo could just fly down himself, so you don't even really need to wait for them. The Dimension Door could be first.
Yeah.
However you guys would want to do it. I mean,
Well,
but
I would-
the benefit of Piccolo going down with them is that he's not by himself.
And vulnerable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
the problem with that is I need to concentrate
Mhm.
to do fly, so I would rather concentrate and get them inside and then Dimension Door to join them than
Good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
All right.
You could put Piccolo in my cloak with my brainworm.
Well, Piccolo has already squished on top of your brainworm before.
Yeah.
Your brain slug.
Mhm.
So he'll do that and wiggle inside.
All right.
And so you've again got the Rowan brain slug tiny dragon head poking out the top.
Okay, so before we go down, I will hit Marcher and Wilfred and Rowan with Eyes of Night. So you all will have dark vision. Sorry, Ale.
Ale gets left out as always.
Once we kill
You're up close. I'll put fairy fire on everything. You'll be able to see it.
once we kill whatever's inside
I'm
this.
counting on it.
Yeah, once we kill everything inside this room, we'll cast light on your back.
So here's a question. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 windows on the left side and 5 windows on the right side. Which windows are you going for?
let's just just go on the left, just because we have no way to tell which ones are
Right.
are better.
So I
than
put the
others,
player
so.
flag on here, but you probably none of you see anything yet, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay. So I will put tokens on the map as you are entering. But I love this plan. I'm excited to be part of it.
And we love our GM too.
Oh,
Man.
She
Doesn't
hasn't
somebody-
killed us yet.
doesn't somebody have a potion of invisibility or a scroll of invisibility or something? Like
I
that?
mean, I have a spell of greater invisibility, but I'd rather not use it unless it's absolutely necessary.
Oh.
I
Wilfred
only
has
have
the
2
scroll
spell
of
slots.
Wilfred has the scroll of invisibility.
Huh?
Don't you? The one
No,
you guys
Valine
got out
had
of the
it.
invisible treasure chest,
we
right?
gave it.
No, we gave it to
Valine. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yep.
So I thought we came back around to Wilfred having it, but if Valine has it, then fine. Like, you guys tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, it was because she has the ability to write it down and use it potentially could use it multiple times.
Yeah.
Instead of just the one time. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Valine has it. That.
All right. Well, in retrospect, I'm going to say that she already actually copied that into her book.
Okay.
All right.
One of the things he was doing while we were in the
Yeah.
Goliath cave.
No.
All right. So, yeah. Iggy casts fly on.
People that we determined to cast fly on.
All right. And so we've
Wilfred
got.
and Marcher.
All right. And they are carrying Rowan and Mara, respectively.
Yep.
Okay.
And then they've got Piccolo with them. So, which window are you heading for? Left side, but like the leftmost window, or?
Yeah, left side, leftmost 2 windows.
Because
All right.
that would strategically mean that potentially we'd have a wall backing us so we wouldn't get pinned.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna start putting you on the map here. And Marcher and
Oh boy.
and Mara.
I'm going to ready a couple of darts in one of my hands.
It looks like the map design here is actually looks like like the map is treating it as being dark in there. Am I right that you guys, like, only those of you with dark vision see anything?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, so any of you that would have wanted to have light on there, go ahead and
Well, wasn't she putting her
I put Eyes of Night on Marcher, Wilfred, and Rowan.
Okay,
But I
so
can't see anything, so I'm gonna have to refresh the page, I think.
hang on just a second. Give me a second. Yeah, you might need to refresh the page because you should be able to see now. But let me give the night vision to.
Oh, and before we start, I would have cast a false life on myself.
Okay.
And then, as we are traveling down, I will cast See Invisibility on myself.
Okay.
I just love the fact that we're just me and Mara just backpacks.
Sorry, Wilfred, I didn't mean to get powder on you.
So.
Oh no, where did Wilfred go?
Well, we lost David.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Hopefully we'll get him back shortly.
So,
Do you
Go
guys
ahead.
see on the map now?
yes.
Okay. So, what I will say is that as there's no way you guys are coming in the windows with 2 pairs of people being carried, flying in through the window. There's no way you do that without being noticed. Not
Okay.
with all the, oh, actually, you know what? I take it back because you're not all lit up. You have dark vision, so I will allow you to make a group stealth check against these Duragars'
Oh,
passive
no.
perception.
Oh boy.
And I'm not even going to make you do it with disadvantage.
7.
Sadly, I already have this advantage.
Yeah, this is not
No.
going well.
Okay,
Oh,
no, yeah,
my.
you guys are already, you're going to be spotted immediately, but,
But I did ready 2 darts to throw it if there was danger.
all right. So, unfortunately, it sounds like David's internet died, so let me try to just get everyone else on there, and hopefully we get him back shortly. Oh, wait,
Oh,
no,
here
okay,
he comes.
just in time for him to, all right, be back here. All right, and then move everybody around, because, all right. All right. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So you guys definitely fail that stealth group check.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna roll initiative. I am happy with how this is going already. By the way.
I just, again, the imagery in my mind of a Goliath carrying a ranger with darts in his hand with his arm wrapped around him, like, all right, just level me out. I got this.
I'm pretty sure that either Wilfred is princess carrying me, or I've got one arm around his shoulders and then one arm forward, like forward steed.
That's awesome.
All right. Hold on. Let me start getting initiatives on this thing.
Could Iggy and I roll initiative as well, although we're not there yet?
Yeah, you might as well.
Okay. Hopefully we'll be there at some point.
And because Iggy's going to see what's going on from Piccolo's and
That's
Piccolo's
true.
point of view.
Wow.
Get those low rolls out of the way.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, man.
So our landing is not particularly graceful because we're still picking ourselves up off the floor. As we,
Welcome back, David. We're rolling initiative. You guys failed your stealth check sneaking in the window.
But to be fair, the first Duergar didn't roll too well either. They were not.
Hello?
They were not.
Yes.
prepared.
Hello,
Yes,
David. Do you hear
okay.
us? Okay.
David.
I was trying to talk to you, but we're rolling initiative
Yeah.
because you failed your stealth check, and there's Durgar in here.
So we failed a stealth check.
Yes. Roll initiative. All right.
Okay.
So as you got, okay, yes, go add and roll initiative. It's fine.
I rolled a 12.
Okay, you go
Don't
put it in the. Okay, it's fine. Go ahead and put it in the. Or are you not able to do roll 20 right now?
I'm not on turn tracker.
Well, you can. Okay, you can do that yourself, but I will
Yeah.
do it for you.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't work for me either.
Okay, all right, you
I got
guys. You're not doing it right, but I won't want to get into that right now. So let's just move on.
yeah.
So Iggy, okay, Iggy, you're not. All right, fine. Hang on.
All of us rolled high. My goodness.
All right. Iggy and Ale, we'll put up here for now. All right. Okay, so Iggy and Ale are on the turn tracker. Please put your initiatives on there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right. So Piccolo is going to be first, but you can have him choose to do nothing for now if you want.
He's going to fly to somewhere hidden and safe.
Okay. I mean,
I'm
right now
refreshing
he's
my
just
browser.
okay. He's with Rowan. So okay. So what you guys see as you come in the window. Hang on, let me put a different music on here. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so as you, let's see. You didn't come in via the elevator shaft, so I'm gonna. You enter the middle of a large room with machinery filling the eastern half. A Duergar stands in front of a double door in the north wall, and another is in the southeast corner next to a lever that juts out of the east wall. Braziers heaped with hot coals do little to offset the cold air that blows through the arrow slits in the south wall. And technically, I had already ruled that they were windows that you could fit through, so it doesn't matter that they call them arrow slits. But yeah, so that's what you currently see in this room is a lot of big machinery that you know now because you saw that door open and a dragon come out, that this is the machinery that opens and closes that great big door that the dragon came from. But so Piccolo is currently in Rowan's hood. Is he doing something else?
No, he's just gonna stick with Rowan for the time being.
Okay. Ale, you're currently still up with Iggy.
Yep. So I'm not doing it.
You could ready in action.
I could ready. Yeah, I'll ready. I'll ready in action with my javelin, so that when I teleport, I can maybe throw it at someone.
Okay.
Nothing crazy about it.
All right. Wilfred.
Okay. Well, there's a Durgar right in front of me, so I think 1, 2, 3, 4, and swing at it with
All
the
right.
warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
A 16.
That. Oh, hang on. That's wrong. 16 just hits.
Okay. That is 5 damage.
All right.
And second swing. For a 22.
That'll also hit.
Another 5.
Okay. All right, so you get in a couple of good swings on him. He is looking very alarmed, but you've just run in and smacked him with a hammer before he was able to do anything. All right. Anything else on your turn?
I think that's it.
Okay, Marcher.
Marcher turns to the other one and casts a freezing spear spell at 2nd level.
Okay.
And you know what? I am going to spend a sorcery point to empower it, so I can re-roll 2 of the damage dice.
Okay.
Nice.
The first one is a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
I will keep that die. It does 11 points of damage. The second one, oops, I need to roll to hit with that.
Okay.
Second one is a 10 to hit.
That'll miss.
Probably doesn't hit. And the third one is an 11. Oh well.
Yeah. But you did that first one did 11 damage, and that definitely hit him. All right, moving or anything?
No, I think I'm good where I am. Yeah, that'll be enough.
Okay. All right, Iggy.
All right, so through Piccolo, I have located a reasonable place to open the dimension door,
Okay.
and so
I mean, you
I'm
should be
going
able to
to
see with Piccolo, right? So go
Yeah.
ahead and move to your Iggy token to where you would be appearing, and then tell me what square adjacent to you Ale would go to.
And I would be appearing here, and Aule is right
Alright.
here.
Great. Suddenly, the space folds, and in a poof of arcane force, a little shockwave, Ale and Iggy appear in the middle of the room. All right, and then so Ale, your held action would trigger. Probably the one to your northwest would be more readily apparent. You're muted.
Oh, well, actually, I can't see anything because no one casts light on me. I'm in darkness.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so yeah, you show up and it's totally dark.
Yep.
Unless you would have cast light on yourself. I mean, I don't know what you wanted.
I don't have the light spell.
Okay, so you are in darkness and nobody planned for that. That's fine. You're moving on. So what do? You ready to action is you don't see anything, so nothing happens. All right,
Nothing happens.
Mara.
So I will looking around, I see a lot of, I have see invisibility on. I said that is a thing I did on the
You
way
sure?
down.
Yeah, yep.
Is anything invisible showing up for me?
You don't see anything invisible in this room right now.
Okay, good. That lasts for an hour, and it is not a concentration spell. It is part of my domain.
Okay.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
So since it's not concentration, Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
And all of my shooting stars show up around me.
Yeah. Hang
No Sailor Moon reference for the incantation.
Sure, I will yell at the one. So I will look forward, I will look to the side, and I will point at the one on the side, and I say, "In the name of the moon, I shall punish you."
Okay, are you moving at all? Because right now none of them are in your aura. Your spirit guardian.
I'll
You can move forward just a little bit and be.
So let me. Too many things to keep track of. I will move here.
Okay,
Yes, I will move there.
great. All right.
And maybe Ale can see a little now.
No.
I think you would just see little flaring,
Yeah.
you know,
We didn't plan
shooting
this
stars.
perfectly, guys.
No, we did not.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite as well planned as we thought, but
But we didn't fall to our death.
Yeah. All right. So, well, I mean, to be fair, I told you it was dimly lit, and then I realized that on the map it's not. It's unclear in the description, actually. But in any case, it's fine. We're fine. We're all fine. How are you, Rowan? It's your turn.
Alrighty. Since I had them ready, I'm going to risk it to get the biscuit here because we are in a round. I'm going to try to sharpshooter that fellow in the far corner with 2 darts.
Okay.
And let's see. 13 doesn't hit.
Nope.
Nat 20.
That'll definitely hit. Yeah.
and
The sharpshooter bonus doesn't get doubled, but
so
yeah.
you get your Colossal Slayer.
Yep.
Yeah, and Colossus does get double.
Yes.
Yeah, but you should be doing a whole lot of damage with that dart
Yep.
Yeah,
because it's a die.
Mhm.
it is. So let's see. So it'd be 4 plus another D4.
Mhm.
So that is 3 points added to that 4, and that's 7, and then 8 plus the Colossus Slayer, and then so that's 15, and then 1 more D8.
Well, and then plus your sharpshooter bonus, which is
Oh
10.
yeah. So that's 15 plus 7, so it's 22 plus 10, so it's 32 points.
Yeah, you like the dart goes right into his eye, and he just falls limp. He's dead.
I had these as a backup. Who knew?
Yeah,
Nice shot.
and in fact, he throws it past Marcher, and so like there's got to be a moment of like, okay, sometimes the sharpshooter's pretty cool.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Archer looks at me. I just shrug.
Forget I said anything about the fancy shots. You keep taking them.
Yeah. Right. So, are you moving at all or anything?
No, but can I use my move action to ready my bow instead, or would I have to wait till next round?
No. I mean, you can't do that on with a move.
Okay. Then no,
But-
I'm not gonna move anywhere.
All right. Okay, so it is now the Durgar's turn, and the one that's right there facing off Wilfred is going to use his action to
He has
turn
to
big.
make a wisdom
Oh,
saving
yep.
throw first.
Yep. It gets an 11.
He fails, so
All
he
right.
takes 18 points of radiant damage.
Holy crap! Really?
That is good.
Okay. Yeah.
I got 3 6s. Who
yeah,
knew?
so never mind him doing anything else because that kills him.
Oh no.
And Mara is like briefly shocked and just closes her eyes and is just like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. So neither of them even got any chance to even do anything. They both died before they could take their turns. All right. So, but let's see.
Do we hear screams from other parts that I can only barely see the name?
No, you don't. You don't. But yeah. So that is. It's not your turn anyway. It was the Durgar's turn. But now Piccolo's turn.
All right, Piccolo is going to relocate to Iggy.
All right.
And I think Actually, let me grab him.
Hmm?
I think he's actually going to go and perch above this wheel. He's not actually on the wheel. He's just kind of hovering above it
Sure.
to take a look down the corridor, and I'll ask him to let me know if anybody's coming from that direction.
Great. The other thing I'll point out, since you're kind of right next to it, is that this square thing on the map looks like it's actually a platform for an elevator that would go down.
Okay.
So the elevator is currently up.
Yeah, it is currently on this level. All right, so that would be Piccolo. So Ale, your turn now. You're in the dark though, so do you tell people that?
So what I say is, my vision is impaired. I cannot see.
All right.
I'll take care of it on my next turn.
Well,
I think actually my
we'll
turn will
see
come
what
up
comes
first.
All right.
That was a Doctor Who reference.
All right. Sure.
Yes. My vision is impaired.
So Wilfred, your turn.
Well, Wilfred is going to go and tap Ali's shield and cast light on it.
All right.
There. Now Ali's vision is not impaired.
Yeah. Well, it will in a moment when I add the light.
Everybody's
Oh, wait a
got the
minute.
light cantrip.
PM, I am so stupid.
What?
I've been carrying around that glowing
antler.
thing. Antler
Horns.
all this time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, you've got light on you anyway. But yes, that's
I
good
could have
to
actually
remember.
been effective.
Well, remember that for the future. But now you have light
And-
cast on you anyway.
And go up to the,
Unless we, how about this? If you would rather, we'll say that that's what you have on you, and then Wilfred doesn't need to use his turn to do that.
No. Let's just say I lost the antler. That makes it simpler, so he had to
Okay,
cast light
sure.
on me.
All right, you
I'll
got
just
light
go
on
ahead.
you. That Wilfred did that.
and Wilfred's going to move back to the door and just he can't listen as an
Mhm.
action, so he's going to be ready if anything comes out.
All right. So what happens next is these two doors to the west slam open, and charging in, you have two more Duragar that look a little bit different. Let me show you the artwork for these guys. They've got sort of fancy armor looking stuff and big like
Oh, geez.
yeah.
Now, would they be ending their turn in Mara's bubble?
The
Yes.
moment they
no,
enter
that
the
yes,
bubble.
that yeah. So we're doing that. I'm just telling you what
Oh,
you see as they come in the room. I haven't, you know.
That's cool armor, though. They got
Yeah,
claw
right?
hands.
So yeah, as they charge in, they're both going to make wisdom saving throws. Also, like they actually like, they both fail for sure. You look on their face, and like on that artwork, like their face looks like slack. Like, it does not look like a healthy Duragar face.
Okay,
So
so
they both take 14?
Sorry.
14.
They both take 14 radiant damage.
All right.
Hmm.
All right. So they both go after the nearest target. So for one, that's Wilfred, and for the other, it's Mara. And they're each making an attack with their claw and their hammer. Let's see. Hang on, they have a weird thing on them. Let me just read this really quick. Okay, that's a weird feature. But all right, so claw and hammer against Wilfred. Claw is a 9. That's gonna probably miss. And then hammer is a 24.
That gets through.
Yeah, it's gonna do 9 bludgeoning damage as it wields this big, like an arm with just a hammer on the end. And then you get a claw and a hammer also, Miss Mara. It's a 12 to hit with the claw,
Nope,
and then a 16 with the hammer.
just barely, but yes.
All right, that does 8 bludgeoning damage.
So, yeah.
All right, so that is their turn. Marcher, it's your turn. The feature that I was trying to read on these guys is that you can, if you attack with disadvantage, try to target the Duragar inside the armor rather than the armor itself, which will give you, if you hit, you'll do extra damage, but that they might have a reaction when you do it.
Okay, well, that actually sounds like a good idea. So
Okay.
I'm going to use a couple of sorcery points to cast a quicken true strike,
Okay.
and then just a ray of frost.
Okay. And you
So
are doing that.
That's a straight roll.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh.
20.
Looks like it got a 10 and a 20. It rolled twice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess there was a 10 for the first
Yeah.
one.
So sorry, a 10 does not hit.
Okay. Well, that's my whole turn.
All right. You're not moving.
I will take a move action to. What?
I asked if you.
I'll
yeah.
move. I'll move back over.
Okay. All right. Iggy.
All right. Well, got 2 opponents, and I've got 2 rays of Eldritch Blast, and can't really push them, but I definitely want to push the one away from Mara,
Okay.
if I can. So
I mean, yeah, you can push it back 5 feet against the wall, but like it'll just
Yeah.
be able to.
Yeah, it'll just be able to move, but she might be.
But
able
it would
to
give
move
her an
away without
opportunity.
dragging,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
without giving her a
Yep.
without giving opportunity attacks.
All right. So, roll.
So-
How about an attack roll? Are you
Yep.
rolling to try to hit the Duragar inside? If
No,
so, you're
I'm
attacking.
just trying to hit the armor.
Gotcha.
Mostly to push it back.
Mhm.
Let's see. So first roll is a 23.
That'll hit. Yeah.
So that's only 4 damage, but it does get pushed back
Mhm.
from Mara. So that
Yep.
was the one on Mara.
Great.
And then the one by Wilfred, that's only a 10, so
That'll
doesn't
miss.
hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the important one did hit.
Yeah. All right, Mara, it's your turn.
Okay, so, let's see. So that one was pushed back from me. I am going. I already killed once. So I am going to produce a sacred flame in my hand and say moon prism power and make him make a dexterity save.
Okay. They are not good at very many things, and this is one of the things they're not very good at, but they do get a 15.
Well, poop. It doesn't do
Does it?
anything, but it looks spectacular.
All right.
And Mara's eyes have a little bit of a white ghostly flame to them.
Well, you do. You already did some significant damage to both of them with the Spirit Guardian, so you're good so far. Alrighty.
Yeah.
All right. So that was your turn. Are you moving or anything? I mean, Iggy pushed the one back from you so that you could move away without an opportunity attack, but you also...
So I will move back just enough where he's still in my circle.
Okay.
So
All right.
I guess one spot.
Sure. Okay, Rowan, your turn.
Alrighty. So now that my hands are free, I will take out my bow. And I will, as a bonus action, put Hunter's Mark on the one that got pushed back.
Okay.
And I will then shoot him.
All right.
and no sharpshooter. So that's
Okay,
a
25
25.
definitely hits. Yeah.
and a 22.
All right, both of those hit.
And he's already been hurt, correct?
Yep.
So that is a
So, Christiana, I forgot to do a Constitution save when I got hit.
Oh,
So,
okay.
unfortunately, Spirit Guardians goes away.
Ah, okay.
alright. So that's a D8 plus 1.
Thank you for checking yourself on that.
That's 6 points plus another D8 for Colossus Slayer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 11
Nice.
plus a D6 for Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 13 points.
All right, this thing is like badly like jittering around and sparking and stuff now, but it's not destroyed yet.
Okay, and then the next D8 for the second attack
Okay.
was a 3. Was 3
Yeah,
points.
that it goes down. That's enough by itself. So
Alrighty. That's my turn.
you can transfer your hunter's mark, right?
I know, because I have to do it next turn because casting is a bonus action.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. All right, so that makes it Duragar's turn. All right, so. Okay. We're back around again. Piccolo doing anything else? He hasn't seen anyone down that hallway yet.
Nope, he's still keeping a lookout.
All right. Ale.
And that action. Now that I remembered, I actually had lights. So the one that was attacking Mara is destroyed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then I will move 15 feet
Yeah.
here.
It clatters back against the wall and goes limp, and it's,
And I will strike at the Durgar that Wilfred is fighting.
all right. A 14
That
is
is a
going to
miss.
miss. It clangs against its armor.
I get a second attack. Let's try again.
16 also misses. It deflects it with its big claw hand.
Maybe I should have stayed in the dark.
Yeah. So as you're getting a better look at this thing, you're beginning to think that it's unclear how much of this Durgar that's inside is even really controlling this thing. It looks like it's in pain and just kind of slack jaw and staring eyes, but it's moving around it almost more like a construct than a humanoid. All right, that makes it Wilfred's turn.
And Wilfred is going to swing at the Duragar
Mm-hmm.
and gonna go ahead and take the disadvantage.
Okay.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
18.
18 does hit,
Aha.
and you're going to do an extra 1d10 damage for
Okay,
hitting
so
the
that's
thing.
9 for the regular,
Mm-hmm.
and sorry, and 4 for the D10.
Okay. It's not destroyed yet, but you did do a bunch of damage to it. But as you bonk the head of this Durgar inside, the whole thing starts to jerk around and spasm. But it basically makes another round of attacks against you as a reaction.
Ah,
So yeah, that's like I said, it's kind of a weird feature. It's you can do extra damage, but it gets to attack you again. A 16.
nope.
And a 12, so you're
Nope.
fine. All right.
And
and
second
you have,
attack,
yeah.
I'll just do regular.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, also it only has the one reaction, so I guess it can only attack you again once, right? So if multiple people were targeting.
that was a 16.
Okay,
So-
16 does not hit.
Yep.
All right. It is its turn again, and it is actually going to attack you again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Claw 8, hammer 21.
Yeah.
All right. And that's going to be another 11 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that tickles a little bit.
Yeah. Marcher.
I will move around to have a clear shot and use a regular ray of frost.
Okay.
14. That misses.
14 misses, yeah.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Iggy.
Come up a little bit so that I can get line of sight and hit this guy with a couple of Eldritch Blasts. And first one's a 22
That'll hit.
for 13 damage.
Yeah, he just slams back against the wall and then falls limp and a couple of pieces clatter off. So that one is down as well. All right, that's your turn.
Yep.
All right.
Actually, I'm going to move up here to where Piccolo is so that I can have line of sight on both the doors and the hallway coming up.
Great.
Because
Mara.
no decision has ever led me astray.
Yeah. So Mara, it is your turn. We are not out of initiative yet, but you've killed everything that you've seen so far.
Go check the room they came from.
Sure, I will do that.
All right. So yeah, you discover quickly that these construct things came out of just little closets. That there's nothing else in there.
All right, so I will like peek in. There's nothing else in there.
I think those doors were probably open. You would have been able to just see that. So if you wanted to do something else too, you could. Because they didn't like close the doors behind them.
I think for Mara, she's going to take a few deep breaths.
Okay.
Then after looking in there, and try to get the glowing, flaming kind of eyes to calm down.
All right. Nice. Rowan.
I will. Let's see. I will move. 2, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'll take the dash action. And I'll move here, but I can't see anything, so that'll be it.
Not quite around the corner yet. All right. So that is your turn. Next is all right. You hear from around that corner, Rowan. You hear sounds of big footsteps, doom, 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 coming your way, but it doesn't make it around the corner this time. All right, Piccolo.
Let's see. 5, 6. Piccolo is going to take a peek and see what those footsteps were.
It's in a large Durgar.
Okay, and then he's going to fly back.
That's good. Yeah.
All right, so I'll let on my turn. I'll let everybody know.
Yeah.
All
right.
If it doesn't get there before it.
Right. Ale, your turn.
Okay, so now I know there's an enemy.
You don't. You.
Oh, don't? No, I
no.
don't know. So
Piccolo saw it, but
That's right,
Iggy
I know
hasn't said
nothing.
anything. Yeah.
You
You know that Rowan ran past that way.
I know Rowan ran that way. I know. Wilfred, how injured are you?
I'm not super bad right now.
Okay, I know Mara's injured, but I can't touch her. So what does Ollie do?
Shut the door in front of Wilfred.
well, that's kind of Wilfred's kind of got that. Porthos. I'm just going to go. Yeah, well, just no, because Wilfred wanted to check that door, so I will just go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Because figure interposing me between the me and between squishy person, whatever, and anything else is a good idea.
Because the thumping footsteps we have heard.
No,
I
I
said
didn't.
Rowan heard it, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, he was
So,
closer.
I'm just going to go here. That's it.
All right, Wilfred, it's your turn.
Okay,
Sure.
I'm going to try and open this door in front of me.
You do, and you see inside. This messy workshop is heated and illuminated by braziers of glowing hot coals in the corners. Well, don't move yet. Hang on. The room is furnished with stone tables and cabinets. In the middle of the room, surrounded by twisted bits of metal, is a half-finished exoskeletal construct like the ones you encountered in the room you came from. And so you... oh, hang on, I didn't realize there's a second half of this door. So you look in there and you see that room I just described and it's empty. But, Mara, it is not your turn, so you can't do anything yet. But with your see invisibility still up, right? That's still up, not concentration, right? You see that there are two, or at least you see the one, there is an invisible Durgar hiding in the corner. But you would guess, like he's crouching, clearly hiding. All right. But it's not your turn yet, so you can't warn Wilfred. So what are you doing, Wilfred?
Well, it's opening the door, opening the door in action.
Yes.
Okay. I'm. Well, I don't know if there's anything in there, so I'm just gonna go and just look around.
Sure. You saw the room that I described. You looking around, you think that there are probably in here a complete set of smith's tools and a set of tinker's tools that could potentially be, used if you had interest in such things.
Yep, I'll just keep. And
I mean, you can't take them on right now. You just spot them.
I know. For the future.
Sure.
Take note of them.
Yep, Marcher.
And then I'll just walk out.
I know this sounds a bit opportunistic, but it was what I was planning on doing. And I'm going to cast See Invisible.
Okay, sure. I think where you are right now, you don't have line of sight on either of them, but...
Yeah. Now, you mentioned an elevator before. Is that this mechanism here?
Yeah, it's that square thing right there.
Okay. He's going to see if he can figure out how it's operated. What you need to do to make it work.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Not my best, but let's see what happens. 16.
Okay. You looking at the gears and everything and then just watching it for a moment, you see that it's kind of vibrating, and you looking at some of the gears, you think that it's not controlled, it's just on a timer. And so it's up right now, but that it must just go between the floors on some regular time pattern. Like it'll and I'll just tell you that what it, you think that it's on like a timer, and there's no like activation for it. All right, so the but yeah, it just occurred to me, Mara, that you probably still don't see the Durgar because it's on the GM layer, but or is
I can make believe it is okay.
no, I'm yeah. So you see the one in there. I'll reveal them when that seems appropriate. All right, that was Marcher's turn. Iggy.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to hold my position here because that thumping is probably going to continue to get closer. And hold an action so that if it actually gets it, I actually get line of sight, I can hit it with Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And you're gonna say something to us about it.
Oh, yeah. And I tell everybody, hey, there's an enlarged Durgar coming this way.
All right. Great. Iggy. Or that was Iggy. Mara.
I will hold on to my moon pendant, looking right at the invisible Durgar that I can see, and say, "The moonlight sees you, and it is not pleased," and cast Moonbeam in that room.
There's a moment, I think, where, he's hiding and kind of looking around, just going, "Ah." And then you make eye contact, start to talk to him, and his face goes pale. So he gets a dexterity saving
Even
throw.
paler.
Yeah. Well, he's grayish, bluish.
Yeah,
pale. All right. Dexterity saving throw?
The Constitution saving throw.
Wait, what are you casting?
Moonbeam
Oh, Moonbeam. I see.
at 2nd level.
Yeah. All right. This is a 2x2 circle, I believe.
It is a 5-foot radius.
Yes, that's
cylinder.
that's a 2x2 circle.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And does it damage them on your turn or on theirs?
When
On theirs.
when it enters the area or at the start of their turn.
Yeah. All right. So you have done that. He's not happy about it. Okay.
I'm not happy about his presence. So that's
There's a moment where I'm just thinking to myself, would a light-based attack hurt something that's invisible? But yeah, I'm gonna say there's no rule that says it doesn't. So, all right. That's what Mara does.
He can't fight the moonlight.
Do you move or anything?
No, but I am going to stare intently.
Okay.
And my fury on my face is very foreign to my friends.
All right.
But, it's very intimidating.
Sure. Rowan, your turn.
All right. I'm going to move up here. 10. Oh, well, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to use a bonus action to put my hunter's mark on that fellow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to shoot this man. And since I've got some extra move, I'll try to sharpshoot that fellow. Let's see what happens. 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Oh, and the 13 does not. So I got one, though.
Yeah.
So that is 1 d8 plus 1. 6 plus a d6. Oh, 1. That's 7 plus 10, so that's 17 points.
Yeah. 17. That's still a significant hit. He's not suddenly a lot of the fire has kind of just dropped out of his expression there. It's like, oh, that was a pretty substantial hit to him still. All right, it is his turn.
I'm going to stay there.
Okay. And he is going to move 25 feet towards you, which is his regular movement speed, and then he is going to pull out one of his currently supersized javelins and hurl it at you. He gets a 12 to hit, though.
That does not hit.
Yeah, so I think the javelin is currently, it's like the size of a sapling as he hurls it at you, but as it clatters off the wall, it lands and clatters onto the ground and then kind of goes, becomes a regular sized javelin.
It's not shardling or anything, is it?
No.
Okay. Ooh.
But yeah, so that is his attack. Yeah, that's his turn. Okay. Actually, I think he is also going to shout in Dwarvish. And you know Dwarvish, right, Rowan?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So what he basically is saying is, "Where the hell did you come from?" All right, that's his turn. Piccolo.
All right. I think Piccolo is.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, on the Duragar, it should have done the turn of these other Duragar.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. So, Constitution saving throw for this Duragar in the moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever danced with the Duragar in the pale moonlight?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
No, but it's a wonderful night for a moon dance.
He gets a 9.
Fantastic. He takes 11 points of radiant damage.
All right. So he's still invisible. So what it looks like is normal to you because you see him. But I think Wilfred, you saw Mara cast this moonlight spell in an empty corner of the room, and you're like, "Wait, what's going on?" But now you're seeing these silvery flames dancing all over an invisible figure there. And
It does
screams.
also say that the creature will probably scream
Yeah. He definitely does.
because it hurts a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Probably.
So that
It
is.
says- It says it causes searing pain.
Yeah. All right. So now Piccolo.
All right. I think Piccolo this particular time is actually. Let me go back. He's going to go investigate the thing with Marcher.
Okay.
Just because that seems to be safer, because
Sure.
giant Duragar coming this way.
Maybe hops up on Marcher's shoulder to look over what he's looking at.
Yeah. So now Marcher has both the skills on his head and another dragon.
All right. So that is Ali.
Okay, so now that I know there's actually something going on up there, I can actually move with dispatch 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, crap. I will dash to here, and as a bonus action, I will put a hunter's mark of my own on Mr. Big Duragar, and that's the end of the turn.
Okay. Wilfred.
I like, I'll look at Mara strangely, but then realize, there's something here, so I'm going to go here and try and smack at it.
Yeah.
Probably at disadvantage, right?
Correct. You know there's something there because of the way that the moonbeam is reacting, but you can't see him, so still
I don't
it's
think I'm gonna make it. Nope.
All right.
Well, I was going
9.
to say he could probably see the smoky flames.
No, not enough to
All
call
right.
off the disadvantage.
It's he knows where the
Yeah.
square is.
The
right?
flames is the only reason he would have any reason to go and swing in that general area. But so unfortunately that's a miss. So Marcher, your turn.
Having heard the sounds of combat coming from this room, Archer goes over to the entrance and he's got seen as well, so he can see that one.
Yeah, and in fact,
you said that there was 2.
Yeah, so you see the other one too. I'll put him on the. Yeah, but those are both of those guys are still invisible.
Okay.
But you see them now,
so-
obviously. 'Cause...
Yeah, say there's 2 of them, and I'll fire a ray of frost at the other one.
Okay.
Only a 7 to hit.
All right. Okay, that makes it. No. Iggy's turn. You're muted. I heard you say something now, or you just weren't saying anything.
I was just counting very quietly.
Okay, well,
so I'm going to move to in front of Marcher and fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at this guy. So first one is a 23.
That'll hit.
for 10 points of damage.
Yeah, you killed this guy.
Okay.
He is knocked backwards, flying through the air, boom, 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 boom. And then as he lands, no longer conscious, he shrinks back down to dwarf size.
Okay. And then I will start heading back this way with my last little bit of movement speed.
All right. So, and now Mara, your turn.
I will Sacred Flame. Why not?
Okay.
So that is a dexterity save.
Okay. Just I want to actually just take back that the guy on his turn absolutely would have moved out of the circle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I should have said that he did already. Just
So
because,
then let me double check.
yeah. But you would still see him. He's still invisible.
Yeah,
but
no,
I just mean
I'm
like
checking to see. It would be an action to move the moonbeam. So
Okay.
I'll move the moonbeam.
well, right now if you move it to where it would be him, it would be on Wilfred too.
Right.
Move up next to me and move it onto the other one.
But so I'm trying to.
I don't think Moonbeam is one of the ones you can have be selective.
Or can it move into be partially in the wall?
No. I don't
You're
think
right. I can't choose. Damn. All right. Okay. So then I will.
Move up next to me, see the other one, and move the moonbeam onto it.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I've already pointed out that there's another one.
Yeah. So I'll move,
Okay.
and then as an action, I will move the moonbeam there.
All right. Great.
And very creepily go. I see you.
all right. Great. So, Rowan, your turn.
Well, let's see. What else is into that hallway? I will. 30. So I'll take the dash action. And move here. I'm going to go down and check. Once I get there, I will go down and check and see what's on the other side where this gentleman came from.
Great. Okay, it is now the Durgar's turn. So the guy who's in the moonbeam now is going to make his Constitution saving throw. He gets an 8.
All right. So he takes 9 points of radiant damage.
Yeah. So he he screams and then jumps out of the moonbeam to get out of that. And then I think the other guy is going to suddenly turn visible right in front of Wilfred. But when he does, he is not armed, or rather he has his weapons, but he's not wielding them. He's holding up his hands and he's going, whoa, 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 don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me.
In common?
Yeah. Well, no,
Okay.
I think he says it in Dwarvish, actually. But, I mean, at the same time, he's got his hands up, not weapons, and he's going, wah, 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 wah. Whatever, so you don't have to understand his words to know that, So, but yeah, I think technically he doesn't speak common. He's obviously trying to surrender, though. The other guy's too busy, jumping out of the moonbeam fire.
Does the invisibility that they use require a concentration check to maintain?
Oh, yes, it does, technically. So let's have the, one guy dropped it on purpose already, and the other guy, maintains his concentration. So that guy is still invisible because he has not had this idea yet. He's not the one that had someone already try to swing a hammer at him. So that symbol means still invisible. But all right, Piccolo, your turn. Piccolo's turn.
Okay. Piccolo is going to come over here and keep Mara company because
Okay.
she's doing something interesting.
All right. Ale.
Okay, so I see Rowan charging after something, so I figure I probably should do the same. 20, 25, 30. And I'll dash again 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that's the. And my hunter's mark dissipates because I have no other target for it. That didn't work out so well. And that's the end of my turn.
All right. Wilfred. Gonna continue
I'm
attacking
going
this
to-
guy who's putting his hands up, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna swing at him, but I'm gonna try and knock him out instead of kill.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make your attack.
That's a 24
That'll hit. Yeah.
for 5 damage.
Okay.
And go again.
Okay.
21
Hit. Yeah.
for 7.
Okay.
He's still up.
Yeah. He's really hurt though, and you also he tried to surrender, and you hit him twice with a
Lay
warhammer.
down.
Well, okay, yeah, except that as far as he can tell, he tried to surrender, and you're still trying to kill him. How could he come to any other conclusion?
Yeah, true. I guess. Yeah. I guess swinging to knock out is different than, or not.
Well,
not, easy.
Not different enough.
Not different enough to the person getting hit
Yeah.
with a warhammer.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Marcher.
Marcher does not speak the language, but he's going to stride over to the one who's not getting pummeled by Wilfred, and
He's looking afraid too, by the way. Like he's astounded, first of all, that you can see him, apparently, but
yeah. Prisoners, he says. Where are they kept? Try to say it as clearly as possible. Maybe he'll understand.
okay. All right, so Iggy.
Okay. I'm going to go after Marcher.
All right.
After who?
After who?
No, sorry, after
Rowan.
Rowan.
Okay.
Because we are.
Yeah, we're so much alike. It's so
Yeah.
easy to get us mixed up.
I know, absolutely. You could be twins.
Yep. All right, Mara, your turn.
I have heard what Marcher has said.
You've also seen Wilfred just continuing to attack a guy who's obviously trying to surrender. I don't know how you feel about that.
So, little meta knowledge. Mara has been fighting her nature for a long time, and she's giving in to her nature, her bloodthirsty
Hey,
nature.
I love it. You tell me what Mara does.
Bye.
So Mara goes right up to the Duragar. And holds a sacred flame.
Okay. For what trigger?
If he does not give us an answer in common, I will cast it on him.
Okay, which guy? The one. So
The one that Marcher addressed.
okay, and that was the still invisible one, right, Marcher?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay, Rowan, you are continuing to run down that hallway, I guess.
Yes, let's see here. So I got 5, 10, 15, 30, dash action. Do I see anything in the room? I do see another big gear, though.
Yeah, so you basically see a counterpart to that first room that's very similar in the sense that it has, there's more big gears on the other side. There's more windows. There's more smoky braziers. There's another one of those elevators, although that platform for that one seems to be much lower. like it's not currently at that level. But you don't see any other Durgar.
Okay. I yell back, I don't see anything down here. Go help the others.
Okay. All right. So, Durgar's turn. This guy tried to surrender, but then you continue to hit him, so he is panicking. He's going to try to run. Are you going to take an opportunity attack, Rowan? Or Wilfred, I mean?
Yeah, and aiming to knock out.
Okay.
If I can. And I got a natural 1.
Okay, yeah, so he's going to get past you. He's going to try to run through, I guess, Marcher, you could get an opportunity attack as he tries to go past.
Yeah. Also, non-lethal.
Okay.
With my staff. 12.
Nope, that misses. I guess he's gonna get to here. And so, theoretically, I don't know, Piccolo could maybe get an opportunity attack when he moved again, but, so that's...
No,
20,
Piccolo can't
25.
attack.
Okay, right. So, he's running around. You see him looking around at all of the others, in dead, and he's looking at the elevator, and it's currently sort of buzzing, but he runs and he kind of jumps onto it, and then he starts like stamping down. Go, go! And he's in Dwarvish. He's saying, "Go, go, go!" All right, that's his turn. The other guy over here, who's just been threatened by Marcher and Mara, it kind of he doesn't understand what's happening, but he saw that his buddy trying to surrender didn't help, so he's going to also try to run.
Sacred Flame.
Yeah,
Dex save.
yeah. Okay, so he gets a 17.
Okay. So
Yeah.
he is able to dodge.
Yeah.
And I don't have any more reflex actions. So
Yeah.
he can space me.
Mara, you can try to make an opportunity attack if you can make one?
Sure. I will hit him with my mace.
All right. That hits.
Ooh.
All right. Beat him for 6 damage, but he's still up. He's certainly hurt. But he's, see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Sees his friend, and he's gonna, like, join him on this elevator here. But they're both looking like they wish that they had a thing that could make the elevator go right now. They're hoping that it's gonna go soon. Or something that they seem to be hoping that it's gonna do something other than just be a place to stand. All right, Piccolo.
All right, Piccolo is going to tell me that there are 2 more Durgar and they're trying to get away.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to hurry if we're going to try and do something about that.
All right. Okay, so Ale.
Okay, well, Rowan's told me the coast is clear, so.
Well, did he? He went around the corner.
I yelled back. I yelled back and said that I didn't see anything down here, so go help the others.
Okay.
10, 20, 30, and then dash again. 10, 20, 30. And I guess that's it.
Just a lot of running back and forth. All right, Wilfred, your turn.
Okay, well, guy got away from me, so
Mm-hmm.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Mm-hmm.
and try and conk again
All right.
for 18.
All right. Yeah. 18 hits.
4
non-lethal?
damage. Non-lethal.
Okay. Yeah. He you conk him, and he is out like a light. He collapses onto the little elevator platform.
Okay.
Let's just use that for unconscious.
Alright. Let's. Now, if I can just. Yeah. One prisoner, I could go for two. But, yeah. And
Okay.
I don't have movement, I can't see anything,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. All right. Marcher.
Alright, do you know how to talk to these guys?
I think.
No. But I
Yeah.
assume that Rowan will. He speaks Dwarvish.
Walk over. Yeah.
You could try sign language.
I mean, I could try Undercommon, but I don't know how well that would work.
Try it. And I'm gonna just kind of walk over to the edge of the elevator and look menacing.
Okay. Is that an intimidation check?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can I help him with that, being very ragey? Oh, never mind. I don't need to.
17.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna have him make a wisdom save. Ha! Natural 20. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, I think you are not successful in intimidating him.
Okay. Well,
Well, I mean, he was already running for his life.
Yeah.
But you don't scare him into inaction.
Right.
All right, Iggy.
All right. Well, we're all dashing back towards where we were, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll dash back where I was. And that's pretty much all I can do.
All right. Mara.
I will move my. I will move the moonlight to right on top of them.
Oh!
Can it move that far?
Yes, it can move up to 60 feet, but
Are
it
you
is an action.
sure? Because I think
Yes.
it might be. Okay, hang on. Because I feel like we've done this before, and I think you can start at 60 feet away, but it can only move 20 feet.
On each of your turns, you can cast this spell. You can use an action to move the beam up to 60 feet in any direction.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So my apologies. I'm thinking of spiritual weapon maybe. Okay,
Either
but
that
yeah.
or spiritual guardians.
All right. Yeah. Sure. So you're putting it on the elevator.
Yes.
All right.
And I will say in Undercommon, tell us where the prisoners are if you want to live.
Okay. Okay. All right. That is gonna be Mara's turn. Rowan.
Oh no.
Nothing tries to shank me from invisibility. Nothing like that.
Nope.
Oh, well, all right then. Then I will dash back. So. And that'll be it for me.
Okay. All right. That is. It's now the Durgar's turn. So the unconscious one is no longer stable, and he has 2 failed death saving throws for. No, you know what? He's a mob. He doesn't get. You know what? I will allow he gets saving throws because it was someone that you were sort of tried to keep alive. But he has 2 failed death saving throws for taking damage at the start of his turn, and he's gonna roll now to. And it's a success, so he's hanging in there kind of, but he's not stable, and he's also not moving out of the moonlight, so it's like, yeah, he's burning up, and not gonna be okay for long. The other guy is still alive, so let's get. You know what? And he didn't take any hits from before, so he gets 20 on his Constitution save.
Okay, so he takes half damage.
All right, and here's another save for that's only a 9, so he loses his invisibility.
So he takes 11 points of radiant damage.
Is that 11 and not half?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, half.
Yeah. Okay, so he'll take 5. So he's clearly pretty hurt still. He loses his invisibility. He is looking at. Let's see. He heard what you said, Mara. I think he's also not dumb enough to just stay standing in the moonbeam. So he jumps out of it. And I think he says in Undercommon, "I'll tell you whatever you want, just don't kill me." All right, Piccolo. Lee?
I'm
Okay.
thinking Piccolo's not really
Okay.
doing anything. He's just gonna kind of hang out.
Okay. Ale.
Back down to the corridor. 5, 10, 15,
Yeah.
20, 25, 30.
You heard shouting in Undercommon.
Yep, so I will come 5, 10, 15, 20, come to a stop and see dirt. I don't see the Durgar, do I? I just hear shout.
You know what? I also, sorry, at the start of the round, something else happened also, which was that the elevator platform, which had been going tuk, 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 suddenly starts descending.
How
And-
fast?
And it descends in 17 feet on this first round. And so the moonbeam is still straight down on it. So that's but it is descending now with this unconscious Duragar body on it. And as it starts to do that, you look at this other Duragar just kind of cursing under his breath.
Do I need to get on that platform?
I mean, you
Not
tell
while the
me.
moonbeam's there.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you want to be a crispy dragon.
That'll be the most effective thing I've done all night. But that's it. The end of my turn.
What did you do?
I just
Did you
moved.
do anything?
I
Okay.
got nothing yet.
Oh, right. Yeah, just moved in. Okay, so that would be Wilfred's turn then.
So can't see or can't reach the unconscious one, but we well, we have one that apparently can understand.
I mean, he said, so Mara said something to him in another language, and he said something back, and he's got his hands up again.
Okay. So gonna move up here and just hammer out and pull in. Basically, or actually, I'm just gonna try and grab him, keep a hold of him.
Okay,
So-
grapple.
He's gonna attack.
Okay, I think he instinctively does try to resist the grapple, but he's, so go ahead and roll athletics.
Yep. 13.
He got a 21. So he kind of pulls away from your grapple looking scared, but then again, you also recall that he just saw what went down with his buddy, so.
Yeah.
So he's like pulling away scared of you, but I mean, you technically could try again with your other attack.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
8.
Yeah, he only got a 9, but still enough.
Wow.
All right. Okay, Marcher.
Yeah, that spell is still there, so I can't jump on it. Could I ready an action to jump onto the elevator if the moonbeam stops?
Yes, although it descended 17 feet this round, so at the top of the round it's going to descend at presumably at another current rate of speed. It's going to go another 17 feet. You'll have a 34-foot drop to it.
But if I jump into the moonbeam, I can possibly take even more than that.
No?
It's Constitution saving throw. If you have a good Constitution, you should be fine.
Well, I'll take half. Yeah.
It's
I'm
already 17 feet down, so...
Yeah, but nobody else is going to be able to follow me easily, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to growl and rage at the lost opportunity.
All right, well, we just lost David again, so hang on, let me...
Yeah, his computer blue screened.
Yeah. All right, let's...
Wow. His luck is terrible tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
It is getting kind of late.
I know, hang on, give me 10 seconds, please.
Okay.
Sorry,
All right.
I'm just trying to... I'm trying to get us where you guys are on screen again. There we go. Okay, so, all right. So, yes, I was trying to finish the encounter, but you guys kept making it go longer.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you know, hey, I'm not complaining. You're the one that's complaining.
Man, curse my lack of speed.
All right, so, yeah, so, okay, I'm sorry, Marcher, so did you decide what you were doing? You're
Just
jumping down?
Growling in rage.
Oh, so you're not jumping down onto the...
No, I'm not jumping down.
Okay. All right, so, Iggy.
I am going to jump down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Make an acrobatics saving throw, or excuse me, acrobatics check, I guess.
12.
Okay, so I'm rolling 2d6, and you can potentially reduce your fall damage. Well, I guess with the 12, yeah. So you won't take any fall damage, but I am now going to need a dexterity saving throw to not fall off of this tiny 10-foot by 10-foot platform that you just landed on.
Oh, it's out like in the middle of an open space.
Yeah.
I thought it was like in a shaft.
No, it's not.
That's what I was expecting too. I got an 8.
Okay. You know what? Actually, I take it back. It would still be in a shaft for now. So let me double check the height of the room that's below. Because there's, let's see. You know what? Actually, okay, so I take it back. There is a shaft, but you are gonna take 1d6 scraping damage from slamming up against the wall.
That's fair.
4 bludgeoning damage. And then hang on. So let me see what the...
And I
Oh,
also need
yeah,
to,
okay.
Need to save for the moonbeam.
Yeah, you do.
All right. And what am I
Yeah,
rolling
okay.
for?
See, I was thinking of a different area. So technically, yeah, it is a shaft.
Constitution is what you're rolling.
Yeah.
All right. I got a 17.
Okay, so you only take half.
Okay. Well, I only take a fourth because I'm resistant.
Okay. To radiant? Awesome.
Yeah.
3 points.
So yeah, so it would be just 3 for you.
Okay.
All right. So, once again, you're continuing to extend the encounter. We can leave it on a cliffhanger at the end of the
Well-
round if everyone would like.
The
That's
last
fine
thing
with
I
me.
would like to do is just turn off Moonbeam.
Okay.
And say he will talk.
All right. Rowan, you're just running back from the other room, I guess?
Yeah, I'll dash, and it gets me here.
Okay. So on his turn, this guy he is definitively surrendering now that you're not continuing to attack him. The guy on the elevator dies. I think our cliffhanger, as we leave it here, is that you've successfully infiltrated the top floor of this fortress. However, Iggy is now with a dead Duragar on an elevator that cannot be stopped, descending into an unknown area.
This can't possibly go wrong.
Oh, by the way, there's a beaked brain floating in the elevator now. It remembers you.
I have one question.
Yes.
Is this elevator that's dropping, is it attached with cables to the machinery on this level?
No, it's like a big spindle.
Oh.
Okay. So trying to go down on that spindle would be a really difficult climb.
Yeah, it's not intended for that at all.
Yeah.
It's probably
Okay.
greased.
Yeah. But it's probably reaching out and grabbing that and sliding down on that's probably better than just jumping down.
Yeah, you might be like I would theoretically perhaps allow you to try it at like try to fireman's pole it.
Right, that's exactly.
But it
what I
would
was
definitely be
thinking.
a roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
All right, so that is the cliffhanger that we will leave it at this time, because it's already a little bit of a long session, but pretty exciting. But
Wow.
we'll find out more next week on so many levels. Hopefully we'll have David back by then.
Yay.